Good evening, everybody. Against my better judgment, I came in. No, I shouldn't say that. First of all, a very special thank you to Jesse Quill for hosting us tonight. Welcome to everybody from her channel. I think those of you who have probably already know her value, and how deeply I admire and respect her. But with that in mind, it never hurts to shout people out. Jeff, thank you very much for that host as well. Jeff. Jess is a very, very gifted caster. She has a very, very compassionate stream. She is very good at entertaining, and I think her gift as an entertainer is her facial expressions. She has got a very expressive face, both on and off cast, because she's one of the rare people on Twitch who I've been able to see in person. I feel like I'm still competing with the game. Let's try and pull that down. Feel free, by the way, guys, to let me know if the game to voice volume is a little bit off. But again, she is much larger stream than me, both in terms of concurrent viewers and in terms of number of followers. It's easy to see why. If you go in there, she's really a very gifted entertainer. She is capable of holding forth on serious subjects, and she doesn't let them overtake the gameplay, which is one of the things that I need to get better at. I tend to think that the gameplay kind of gets put on hold when we get in deep on things, and she's much better at kind of keeping the game going, keeping people entertained while she deals with a particular topic. So I think it's sound of the game can go lower? Okay. I think that's as far as I can go without muting it, so I know this one's always a little tricky. Anyways, guys, again, it's a little bit of a weaker shout out. There's just so much that I can say about Jess, and I know that you've heard it a lot, but she really is a great person as well as being a great streamer. And as I continue to insist, the reason why I think Twitch has, well, not Twitch, but streaming has its edge is its interactivity, and specifically the personalities behind it. And so in a fair world of even competition, Jessie Quill would be right there at the top. And if you've not had the pleasure of seeing her, I definitely recommend it. Now, Jeff, I don't recall, are you a streamer yourself, or was that just a pity host? Let me just take a quick look here. I believe you are a streamer, but I don't think I have seen you broadcast yet. Is that correct? I feel very disingenuous saying that, but I'm almost certain we talked about this and that you are a streamer. All right, excellent. Well, let me give you a shout out. Obviously, I can't give the same kind of shout out to Jeff that I did for Jessie Quill, because I've not yet had the pleasure. But Jeff has been a pleasure to have inside of chat, and I always take that as a leading indicator of somebody who's worth watching for the very same reasons that I mentioned Jess. It is the personality that makes this worthwhile. Now, I'm definitely encouraged that you want to see some old school adventure games, because I definitely like this one. So here we go. I think the game to voice volume should be okay with this, right? And again, I do apologize, Jeff. I definitely want to check out your channel when I can, but time is definitely at a premium at this stage of my life. So I will do my best, and I hope. Again, as always, guys, I suppose once upon a time I had an aspiration to improve the... Whoa! Alright, I did have an aspiration to grow the stream. I think I've kind of hit my peak. But to have hosts and things like that from people is one of those things that helps. So for those of you who are looking for new material and definitely wanting to connect with people who support the cast, I would definitely recommend checking out Jeff, if only for that reason. And of course, God forbid you actually find something new and entertaining. Alright. Really drunk and you're sorry, you'll be as chill as possible. I think you're getting more drunk more often than I am, Jesse Quill. Alright, so for those of you who are not familiar with the game, I don't know what's going on with this guy. You're still in awe of that damn Wolfenstein New Order opening? Oh yeah, I gotta get back to that actually. I think I'll go right from the beginning and take it over again. That was a lot of fun to do. Let me do a quick recap for you guys. This is the 4th day. I know it goes into double digits. I just don't know if it goes beyond day 10. But a quick recap of this game. So this is a Sierra adventure game. It's definitely intended to be a little bit more of an adult story. It deals with voodoo murders and, deals with murder. If following a fine horror tradition, a writer writes about a writer. Gabriel Knight is writing a fictional novel based on the New Orleans voodoo murders that are currently happening. And he is plagued by nightmares. He's the runner of this bookshop. He's the owner of this bookshop, St. George's Books, plagued by nightmares, and is conducting an investigation into the voodoo murders, and has, through the process where the police have been claiming that it's been an imitation or the voodoo trappings have been false, he's getting increasing evidence that this is not the case, that there is kind of a secret community who's orchestrating these verses. I think it's called it starts with an H. I'll find out when I do the dialogue. Anyways, so day 3 is really where you get sort of the smoking guns that this is genuine, and now we've got a creepy fellow staring through the window at us. And so what we're going to do is, when you start off with the game, what you usually want to do is read the... So first thing you want to do is actually read the poetry at the bottom of the... Yes, Jeff, it's actually... So I believe Pinkerton Road Studios is Jane Jensen's company. Unfortunately, her track record for modern stuff has been pretty mixed. So I do have the 20th anniversary edition. I got that through a GOG... kind of a promo that they were doing. I actually am playing this game on GOG, by the way. Hudun, I think it is. How do I put it? I mean, I definitely like the classic game is not perfect by any means, but it's the one I play, it's the one I got into. And so I plan on playing that. I plan on playing the second. So when I got this off of GOG, I got the second game and the third. I actually gifted the second game to Jessie Quill because she's interested in full motion video adventure games, but I don't believe she's played it yet. But she did make an effort on Space Quest 4, which I know is pretty tough. I'm sorry to hear that, Jeff. I mean, again, just because I didn't like some of their more recent things doesn't mean that I kind of wish business failure on them. But anyways, there's some poetry at the bottom of the screen at the start of every day. It will give you some hints on how you kind of complete the day's work. And then what you want to do is read the newspaper and talk to Grace because you've normally given her some projects to do. So.
Times Picayune, dated June 21st, 1992. Gabriel's eye is immediately drawn to an article about the voodoo murders. He scans it quickly.
I don't believe this. They've closed the case.
What case?
The voodoo murders case. The paper says that the police have learned that the murders were the result of an underworld cartel war, and that the war is over.
That's not good.
It's ridiculous. What about the killers? And the voodoo angle, they never got anything on that.
I know you were into it, Gabriel. But if it's over, that's hardly a negative. Anyway, if you're that upset, why don't you talk it over with your pal Mosley?
You don't get it, Grace. Just forget it, okay?
Gabriel decides to check his horoscope, despite his disgust. Death walks close to you today. Resist temptation, lest his eye fall on you too.
Peachy.
Have a good one, Jesse Quill. All right, let's take that music down a little bit. I really like the score for this, but ooh. Oh, that's interesting. Here we go. Actually, Jess, El Canoe was playing Phantasmagoria, so it looks like the default. It looks like the default settings just don't trigger until you've actually gone in and played the game. So hopefully I've reestablished the levels. We'll see how it goes when we talk with Grace. All right.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Hanfur was the word I was looking for before.
You're sure you don't know anything about a secret voodoo temple?
No. No, I don't. But if it exists, I wish you'd stay away from it.
All right.
Do you have messages for me?
Nope. None right now.
Could you do some research for me?
Sure. What?
I can't think of anything.
Okay.
Interesting. I thought she would have had some stuff from the research we asked before.
Do you know anything about black voodoo?
Black voodoo? Now, what are you getting yourself into?
Nothing you need to know about. Do you?
I know there are dark forms of any major religion. Where there's a yin, there's a yang.
Speaking of yin and yang,
But no, I don't know anything really about voodoo, dark or otherwise. Sorry.
All right. Yeah, so T. Clark, I've never used Phantasmagoria, or never played Phantasmagoria myself. It seems like an interesting game, but I don't believe I've ever played a full motion video adventure
I'll
game.
be back later.
Have
It actually
fun.
really interests me that people put the effort into making stuff like that. I don't know how successful they were, though. Okay, I was kind of expecting that the game would have given me some stuff based off of Grace's research. So I think the most obvious place to go right now is the police station based on the closing of the Voodoo Murders case. It's also probably worth mentioning, so the idea here with the closing of the case, this comes after the point where Dr. John, the guy at the Voodoo Museum, becomes quite a bit more threatening, and the Dixieland drugstore owner is definitely clamming up. The last thing that we did was we met with a woman named Mrs. Casino, and she more or less talked about how dangerous this voodoo group was. I think the other thing I should
Got a
probably
second,
do...
officer? What can I do you for? Do you know anything about black voodoo?
Black voodoo? Isn't that kind of the same thing?
Actually, no.
Well, all I know about voodoo is to keep away from it. You should too, Knight. Has that beignet guy been by yet today? I'm starved.
I haven't seen him in a while. I don't think he's coming by here anymore.
Damn. You can't count on anything these days.
Interesting. I'm just trying to think what the significance of the beignet guy not showing up is. So,
Hey, hey, hey. It's you, God help me.
Knight, I hate to tell you this, but you're out of a book. The Voodoo Murders case has been closed.
I had a feeling you were going to say that, son of a bitch.
so anyways, what was it? I was gonna say something before. Basically, in this game, kind of we're at the point now where the tension's ratcheting up. I think one of the implications about what's going on here, so there's a few little indications in terms of people sort of pursuing and deliberately trying to interfere with Gabriel Knight's investigation. One is the guy outside of the window. We talked about the menacing dialogue with Dr. John and the resistance from the Dixieland drugstore owner. The other thing is that we had a suspect who was in the police station who refused to talk. Now, I don't know if this is because there is a concern that one of the detectives in the office is sort of affiliated with the Voodoo Group. Potentially Mosley, although it's a childhood friend of Gabriel Knight, so less likely. And a kind of a generic police officer that we don't know anything about, who potentially could be on the inside. The fact that the Voodoo Murders case has been closed and that it's taken, it's completely ignored the idea of any kind of Voodoo involvement, and more importantly, of course, hasn't pursued the murderers, definitely indicates that there's some kind of influence being held on the civic infrastructure. How you doing, Blassie? Good to see you again. And I think I saw Johnny Big Time sneak in, so whether you're just lurking, my friend, guys, if you have not seen Johnny Big Time, definitely recommend checking out his channel.
Can I ask you about some stuff?
You're the writer. Ask away.
Okay, let's catch up on some of the stuff that we haven't talked about before.
Have you ever called... Do you know anything about black voodoo?
Black voodoo? Sounds like a put on to me.
Do you know anything about animal masks?
Animal masks? You mean like those Halloween masks they sometimes use in robberies?
I don't think so. More like real animals.
Never ran across anything like that.
To the person who PM'd me, that's still very nice to read. I'm sorry I'm not able to type back, but in the classic games it's a little tough to do the direct interaction. My apologies.
Tell me about yourself.
What do you want to talk about that for now? We're not doing the book anymore. Besides, you already know too much about me, Knight.
How can I convince you to reopen the case?
Look, the department's not interested.
So, couldn't you make them interested?
With what? I've got 7 bodies and still no leads. The voodoo angle's worthless. And besides, these people aren't hurting anybody but out-of-town drug dealers and hitmen.
The voodoo stuff is not worthless. It's the key to the whole thing. And these people are dangerous. They need to be stopped.
Okay. You want me to reopen this case? Prove what you just said.
What do you mean?
You need to prove there's a legitimate voodoo cult in New Orleans. Prove that they're a threat. Get me a lead on the cult.
Okay, so I guess it's given me... I don't think any of this stuff that I have right now
This is the last.
evidence.
You know those marks you found around the murder victims? This is a reconstruction of the whole pattern.
What makes you think this is an accurate reconstruction?
Well, I borrowed the partial patterns from your police file and did my own tracing of the pattern at Lake Pontchartrain. An architectural artist reconstructed it for me from the partials.
Really? So this is the whole pattern, huh? Well, that's pretty good work, Knight. But that doesn't prove that this pattern is really connected to voodoo.
T. Clark, I picked up one of
This
the
is the
Tex Murphy games. I think it was given in a... I think it might have been a Humble Bundle, now that I think of it.
It's a newspaper clipping. The newspaper clipping describes a ritualistic murder in Congo Square. It includes a rough sketch of a pattern found around the body. The sketch is very similar to the reconstructed Veve.
Ah, okay. Well, that'll give us a hand. Oh, Grace gave us that, I think.
This is a newspaper clipping about a murder committed in 1810. That murder is an exact match of the voodoo murders, right down to the marks around the bodies.
This does sound like the same M.O. 1810?
1810. They killed then, they're killing now. Isn't that proof that they're likely to kill again? That they are a threat?
Sure. If there is a voodoo cult, they're a threat.
Okay, so I need to give him evidence of the existence of a voodoo cult and potentially that I don't think he's convinced yet that I don't think this will do anything.
These symbols are from Marie Laveau's tomb in St. Louis Cemetery. They're part of a secret voodoo code, which I had translated by a voodooienne.
Do they say anything about the murders?
Well, not exactly.
I'm sure that's a legit code of some sort, Knight, but unless it gives me the names and addresses of the killers, I don't think it'll be much help at this point.
Hey, Johnny Big Time, how are you doing tonight? As I was saying, guys, if you've not seen Johnny Big Time, he is a really great caster. He's, in addition to being a very friendly guy, very laid back, he actually is quite good at the games that he plays, which I don't know whether or not... See, everybody kind of has a reputation for things, right? So, especially when I do Crusader Kings and things like that. Thank you so much for that host, Johnny. You know, I get a little bit of the reputation either for my econ diatribes or my history or things like that. Definitely people don't consider me for the skill in the games that I play. I don't know whether or not Johnny is recognized for that, but I really do think it's actually something he should get more credit for, because the best example I could give you would be when he first played Dark Souls. He got to Gwyn, the final boss, and like his reaction after beating him after I think 3 or 4 tries was just, that's it. So Johnny, in addition to being a really friendly and a really outgoing guy, he's actually quite good at the games that he plays. So if you want to have fun, but you actually want to see somebody who's maybe a little bit better at the games that he plays, I definitely recommend that. He's been doing some Grand Theft Auto lately, but I'll admit, Johnny, I actually haven't seen you stream in the last couple of days, so I'm a bit behind with what you're doing. Do you mind filling us in, or perhaps maybe giving a better shout out of yourself than I did?
I picked up this scale at Lake Pontchartrain.
Yeah? Well, what makes you think it's related to the murders?
Well, it was at the crime scene.
Sure. Must be from the only snake in Louisiana, all right. That voodoo snake. Christ.
So I got to make a connection to the other snake.
I have this.
That doesn't prove anything.
I don't think this will do anything either.
I have this.
That doesn't prove anything.
Yeah. So I think we're pretty much done for evidence at the moment, but we do sort of have our marching orders, so we're going to go walking around and seeing what we can find. That looks to be like the goal for day 4 is to reopen the case.
I'm going to hit the road.
Later, Knight.
Sounds good. So yeah, so if you're continuing with Soma, I definitely want to see that, although I need to finish that myself. I'm actually... have you played the Outlast 2 demo yet, Johnny? I'm told it's relatively short. I haven't finished it myself, but I had a lot of fun playing it. They did a really great job of it. Actually, for that matter, have you played the original Outlast? Alright, we've done... Oh yeah, we also slept with Malia Getty, so... we might be able to go... Actually, she probably won't see us at her house. Alright. Let me just think a little bit about... Well, you know what? Let's first of all go to St. Louis Cemetery 1 and see if there's any new code. Excellent. Yeah, Johnny, I think it's a very good game. And I think the Whistleblower DLC... It's maybe not essential, but I would definitely recommend checking it out because I think it's a very worthy follow-up to that game.
The voodoo code message is still on the wall.
Okay, so I think we don't need to worry about copying it down because we've already got it. Yeah, fair enough. So we'll talk to him. We haven't talked to him about Black Voodoo, though I don't think that's gonna do anything.
I'm sorry to bother you.
What you need, boy?
Mind if I pick your brain a minute?
Go ahead. These folks ain't in no hurry.
Do you know anything about Black Voodoo?
Black voodoo? I seen lots of voodoo markings in this cemetery. I seen graves dug up and stuff you don't want to know about stolen from them. But voodoo, black voodoo, sounds like a devil of a distinction, you ask me.
It's a good one, T. Clark. If you haven't, I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, I would definitely recommend checking out the Whistleblower DLC. All right. Doesn't seem like there's any. I mean, I could walk through the rest of the cemetery, but I don't really think there's anything else for me there. So what I will probably do is I need to pick up something from the Napoleon House, the bar, and then I was thinking a little bit about how I was playing this game. It's worth it, T-Clark. I mean, honestly, even if you just got it at full price, I think Whistleblower is worth it. I was thinking a little bit about how I do Jackson Square. So generally in these games, we were talking about how you've got a constraint on your resources when making a game like this, right? If you want to create an environment, you have to, you have to pay for it in the form of how much space on the disk it's going to take, which means there's only so much content you can have for a game in this, on the disk or that people can experience. It's one of the reasons why these games are sometimes difficult or why some of the puzzles seem a little daft. It's just because if you made it easy, there would not be that much to experience. So I was thinking a little bit of this. The developers clearly putting resources into creating the Jackson Square overlook. So what I probably should do, rather than just walk around and see if there's anything inside Jackson Square, I should actually make my habit being to go to the overlook and look around first. And this is just because even if there's only one thing that happens, the fact that I don't go to the overlook and I don't think to go there is probably going to mean at some point in the game I actually wind up wasting a lot of time. So if I just make part of my routine not walking through the four quadrants of Jackson Square, but rather going to the overlook to see if anything's changed, that's probably going to help me pick up the moment when I actually need to do that. But first, we're going to go to the Napoleon House and pick up the bracelet that we were getting the guy to do.
Sam, my man.
Hey there, it's you. I got that bracelet for you. This piece was a real toughie. For some reason, the metal just wasn't setting. I must be out of practice.
Well, it looks good to me. Thanks, Sam.
No problem. By the way, I'm heading out of town tonight.
Yeah, where to?
Marcus used to tell me that if I ever beat him at chess, he'd take me around the world.
The old bastard has enough money stuffed in his mattress to cover the federal deficit, and he hates spending a penny of it. I'm gonna enjoy watching him squirm through every mile.
Sounds like fun. Good luck.
Are you kidding? Luck is my middle name.
Nice. Okay.
Sam's replica of Madame Kazunu's snake bracelet looks just like the original.
Alright guys, I'm just going to take a quick second. I gotta quickly go to the bathroom, and I know we just had a bunch of people drop out, so now's not a bad time to do that. Sorry for the break, but it does give me a chance to tab out and properly shout out Johnny Big Time. So if you guys haven't seen him yet, definitely feel free to stop by there. I will be back in probably less than 2 minutes. I just need to relieve myself, otherwise I'm going to be on edge during the whole game. So I'll talk to you guys in a quick second. All right, thank you for your patience, guys. Sorry about that. All right. I don't think this is something we'll use with Mosley. It actually looks... So getting the animal mask and things like that, it suggests to me that we're probably going to try and infiltrate... So St. John's Eve is coming up. So I'm thinking that probably what we're going to do is we're going to try and infiltrate it at some point. But I'm not quite sure... We need to find where it is first, so... I think I'll go to... I can either go to the Overlook or I can go to the Voodoo Museum. Those are the two most obvious. Let's start with the Overlook.
Four pairs of bananas.
Oh.
That's Crash. What the hell is he up to with that drummer?
Okay, well... That paid off. I'm wondering if I missed other stuff then. Well, no, if I'm only 4 days in, I know I looked at these, at least 2 of them, so... Unless there's something every day. And everything else is the way we saw it. Okay. So, I might actually want to take a look at what's going on with the drummer. I keep forgetting if I tab out, it makes it so that the arrows kind of scroll through. Okay, let's take a look here. Jackson Square. So here we're just gonna bug the drummer. He's probably gonna ignore us because that's what they've done throughout the game. But we'll see if anything changes because of the event that we saw. This actually sounds...
The drummer is busy. The drummer is busy.
I don't remember if this is the same beat.
A lone drummer beats out a haunting rhythm on a large African drum.
I'm almost wondering if the drumming is a code. I've no idea how I would tell that through the... the audio, though. Oh, there we go.
Crash is huddled in a pew. He looks seriously ill.
Hey, what are you doing here?
I'm praying. Leave me alone.
I need to talk to you. Ask you some questions.
No way, man. I'm too sick. Let's go away.
Come on. I have to know what you know about these voodoo people.
You don't know nothing about nothing, man. You're so far out of it, you wouldn't understand anything. Just like that friend of yours, Mosley. Go away.
I'm not like Mosley. I know more than you think I do. I'll believe you.
Forget it, man. It's not worth my breath.
Baby?
Do you recognize this?
No! Don't waste my time.
I mean, we're probably going to ask him about
Do you recognize this?
No! Don't waste my time.
Says I need to show him something that convinces him I know what he's talking about, but... I mean, the bracelet's kind of obvious, but I think I'll just ask him about it.
Do you recognize this?
Oh, okay.
Where'd you get that?
Why? Do you know something about it?
Know something about it? Look at this.
Crash opens his shirt and reveals a tattoo.
It's the same snake.
It's their sign. The mark of the snake. Without it, they'll never let you get close.
The sign of the snake. Right. Your tattoo, my bracelet. Now, do you believe that I know something about these people?
You know about them, I guess.
Okay, so we'll just quickly see if.
Do you recognize this?
Okay, let's see.
Why are you praying?
Praying for my life, man.
Will you answer some questions for me now?
Okay. Okay, I'll talk to you a little. I'll make it fast.
Tell me about yourself.
I'm sick. Dying. Eating a big enchilada. What the fuck else matters?
I saw you talking to that drummer. What did you tell him?
You saw me with the drummer? Nobody's supposed to see. Shit. I blew it again. Promise you won't say nothing to no one. It'll get back to him. Everything does. Promise me you won't tell anyone you saw me.
Okay, but you have to tell me everything I want to know.
Okay. Okay. I was sending a message, man. Yeah, these rotter drummers posted around the quarter. They see everything. And they report.
Report? How?
The drums, man. It's some kind of code.
Tell me about the Rada drums.
I already told you about that.
Okay, I guess we just go through our normal dialogue options then.
Now tell me what you know about voodoo.
All I know is these people are into some weird shit. They have power. Real power. If you recommend all of these people chew it, you end up eating its meat. Like you've been through a grinder. They know things in their heads. Things that no one ever knew about you. They know when you lie. They can smell it. They're fucking scary, man. I don't know if it's the devil or what. But it ain't no fake shit, man. It's real.
It's actually kind of a neat idea. So when you find him in the church here and he says that he's praying for his life, in a world where, you know, if you confront a voodoo cult or something like that, and the magic that they use is real, it actually kind of makes this very interesting idea that it's like, well, maybe the other stuff is real, right? If I'm against the voodoo guys, maybe going to church and praying will work. It's kind of a neat idea.
Now tell me about the voodoo murders.
They did the murders. And that's not the only way they kill. They can get you from miles away. Just by saying your name.
Come on, you don't really believe that, do you?
I seen it, man. You can't cross them.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
Man, can't you see I'm sick? Don't bug me with stupid questions.
I bet you'll be alive as long enough for me to get the information that advances the plot.
Do you know anything about snakes?
The eyes. Snake's eyes. Damballa.
Okay, calm down. Do you know anything about snakes? Okay. What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
I was met outside somewhere at night. saw him last year dancing and howling. You don't want to be anywhere near him.
Do you have any idea what Caprice encore means?
I never heard of that.
Do you know anything about Marie Laveau?
I don't know her. Honest.
Tell me what you know about a secret voodoo hanfour in New Orleans.
All right. There's this is an underground cartel in New Orleans. A voodoo cartel. They control everything that happens on the street. I mean, everything. Bought or sold. They have their fingers in the legit world, too. Banks, foreign stuff, you name it. There's supposed to be this temple. What you said, a Hound 4. That's their headquarters. I heard people say it's underground. Somewhere in the French Quarter. I don't know where.
Have you ever been there?
No. I've never been in it. I'm a nobody. A runner. But I saw them once. Out at the lake. They became animals, man. Beasts. I remember the eyes. Oh, the eyes.
Hey, are you okay?
The eyes. The eyes of the snake.
I think I should go get a doctor. Hey, are you alright?
Someone, I need help.
The eyes of the snake. Damballa.
Oh, what snake? Crash.
Crash spasms twice more, then died as Gabriel wanted.
Oh, God. Poor bastard.
So the idea of people transforming into animals, ladies, the idea of people transforming into animals reminds me a lot of the dream that the game opens with. But I think the woman turns into like a leopard. Although there is a snake inside of it too, so...
There's no
There we go. So the motivation behind that was the conversation of
I
the
guess
tattoo.
I better copy this tattoo.
Pretty much any time there's been an image in this game, I've needed to write it down, so... I don't know if there's anything else I need to do with the corpse, though.
Gabriel cannot take the tattoo with him that way. There's no... There's... Crash is dead. He's not going to be very communicative.
So I think the music's starting to overpower again, so let's take it down a little bit. As always, guys, if the audio is always a little tricky with some of these classic games, so if you guys need if you guys would benefit from a slight adjustment, I can definitely accommodate the requests. So, all right, I don't think that tattoo is enough for Mosley. We might want to go to the university with it, but let's see what the reading museum has for us.
Hello, Dr. John.
Glad you could return to us, Mr. Knight.
Could I ask you some more questions?
Of course. I also find our dialogue stimulating.
So we got to catch up on the new information we've been given.
Do you know anything about black voodoo?
That sort of viewpoint makes my work very difficult, Mr. Knight.
I'm not implying that all voodoo is evil, but there are certain practitioners that use voodoo towards a darker end, aren't there?
No one that I am familiar with. If there are one or two ignorant believers, that is none of my concern. and I do not care to promote a Hollywood interpretation of voodoo by discussing it.
Interesting.
Do you know anything about Rada drums?
There are some against the wall, but I do not play myself.
You don't know anything about a drum code?
I do not believe there is such a thing, Mr. Knight.
Are you sure you don't know Malia Getty?
Quite sure, Mr. Knight.
Yeah, okay, so he's basically turned into the store owner for us. Hello, Spencer, how are you doing? And indeed, it is, oh god, why can I never remember the guy's name?
A very large, very formidable-looking snake is secured in a plexiglass cage.
I don't think he's gonna let us do the comparison.
The snake is...
The python is quite dangerous. I would stay
Michael
back
Dorn, thank
if
you,
I
Spencer.
were you.
Thanks for the advice.
I hope you are you're well tonight. Are you familiar with this game, by the way? I'm assuming that you didn't just pick up the voice.
Walk carefully out there, Mr. Knight.
Okay, let's try Dixieland. I don't think it's going to give us anything, so probably the next step will be to go to the university with what we know.
Hi.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you know what? I could have asked him about the tattoo.
Can I ask you just a few... Do you know anything about black voodoo?
Black voodoo? Oh, no such thing, I tell you for sure.
Do you know anything about Rada drums?
What I know, I wouldn't be talking about it with you.
Okay.
Does this snake pattern look familiar to you at all? Have you
Yeah,
noticed it
I'm
on
a
any
big
of
fan
your
of it,
customers,
Spencer.
like as a tattoo?
No, can't say I have, me. Marine Corps, is it?
Yeah, could be. Thanks.
Do you know about the tapes and the recording? Are you talking about these? All right, I don't think Dr. John's going to give us anything on the tattoo, but we should probably do it.
Hello, Dr. John.
Glad you could return to us, Mr. Knight.
Do you recognize this snake figure?
How curious. Where did you find it?
Oh, just laying around.
I would throw it away if I were you.
Why's that?
It looks like trouble to me, Mr. Knight.
That's really interesting, Spencer. I was sort of wondering, because I know...
Thanks a lot. Bye now.
Walk carefully out there, Mr. Knight.
Some people tend to... I think some people tend to say that Tim Curry's accent kind of comes in and out of the dialogue. I'm not really... I don't quite know accents well enough. Like, I've never had a complaint. I quite like his dialogue. But yeah, I mean, it does seem to me it would cost quite a bit to get a cast like that together. I mean, Mark Hamill, Michael Dorn, Tim Curry. And I mean, as much as I like Jane Jensen's work, it's been pretty heavy. Like, I didn't think Gabriel Knight 3... I didn't get through to the end of it. I didn't think it was as good as the original. And I saw somebody do a playthrough of Mobius, and I was very, very unimpressed by what I saw. Now, I mean, in fairness, I haven't tried it myself.
Mr. Knight, you're back. Oh, goody.
But yeah, I don't know. It's I'm just as happy to stay
And
with
if I
this,
pick your brain?
this one.
Not if it will get you out of my office.
German streamers love it. Okay. I mean, I read a novelization of The Beast Within, so I was definitely interested in trying it out. I remember I actually had an opportunity to buy it on like a discount rack. So it's like, you know, an old, I don't think it was like an EB, but it was like some, like basically a store was like getting rid of its video game section, and it just like had stuff that had been on the shelves for probably like a decade. And there was like a boxed copy of The Beast Within, which I just, you know, I was like, okay, this is probably like some version. Like I was looking at it, and it just seemed to be, it's like, okay, so I'm assuming this is like, you know, Phantasmagoria all over again, like just some knockoff on it. I don't have any reason to want to try it out. And I had no idea that it was a sequel to Gabriel Knight, which I'd really enjoyed. So, I mean, I'm lucky that stuff like GOG exists now, so I can try it firsthand. But I more or less know the plot of The Beast Within, but I don't think, I mean, the box that I saw didn't advertise it as Gabriel Knight, The Beast Within. It was just The Beast Within, a game, which was just like any other. It would be like me walking by and seeing, you know, let's say Chaos. So here's a good example, actually, like me walking by and seeing Chaos Reborn on a wall somewhere. Chaos Reborn is a game that I love, but I'm not entirely sure if I were to see that on a box in a store, that I would give it any more attention than, you know, any other game in the store. Which is one of the reasons why streaming and why online coverage is so useful, because I mean, I didn't see Chaos Reborn because of a stream, but it was because I was sort of looking up Julian Gollop and found out he was doing a new game. So.
Do you know anything about Rada drums?
Yes, Rada drums are used in most voodoo ceremonies.
Nothing else?
Do you know anything about...
I'm not in the habit of...
Tell me
Well, like any Christianity, for example,
hang on.
has its doppelganger, Satanism. Anytime you attempt to set up an icon to explain evil, you invite some warped mind to worship it. The same is true of voodoo. There are those who are drawn by and desire personal power from the darker, bloodier Loa.
I have played L.A. Noire, Johnny Big Time. That was actually very, very popular on my stream when I did it. So I don't know if you want to go check out the VODs. Personally, I don't really watch a lot of VODs from streamers that I watch. But I had a lot of fun playing it.
Can you give...
All right. There is a very secret, very dark cult in Haiti called the Cult de Mort, Cult of the Dead. Their primary law is Baba Nebo, Loa of the Cemetery. They practice a particularly disgusting form of necromancy, magic using the dead. They dig up corpses and use their decaying bodies for various spells and curses.
So Spencer, if it's for me, I obviously won't be able to watch it because I'm streaming right now. But certainly, if it's something that you think that chat would enjoy, you can share it.
Can you give me another example of black voodoo?
In tribal Africa, there were and still are black bokors, shamans bent towards the dark, who not only practiced necromancy, but also human sacrifice.
Is there anything else you can tell me about black voodoo?
Only that if it's being practiced in this city, none of us are safe.
Is there anything else you can tell me about black voodoo?
Only that if it's being practiced in this city, none of us are safe.
Yeah, actually, Johnny Big Time, I think one of the... In the original is a line that kind of alludes to Gabriel being bisexual. Which line is that? So, Johnny, I think if you want an idea of my L.A. Noire playthrough, Kite was there for a lot of it, so he might be able to to sell you on it.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
I'm not in the house.
Okay, we already got that information.
I'd really...
There have been several articles written.
Tell me...
I wouldn't dwell on it. Most...
Do you know...
I'm not...
Alright. No more dialogue we can get from him. Let's try giving him the image.
Can you tell me anything about this?
No, I'm afraid I can't.
Can you tell me...
No.
Can you tell me anything?
No, I've never seen those symbols. Therefore, they're probably meaningless.
Really?
I am never wrong, Mr. Knight.
Partridge made a copy of the video.
Alright, doesn't look like there's anything else here.
I'll see you later.
Goodbye.
Spencer, that may be... I'd definitely like to know if anybody else is experiencing that, but I believe you might be having a little bit of difficulty with your player. I think a refresh will solve that.
Ms. Geddy is unavailable, Mr. Knight.
Thanks. Alright. Let's see what this Moonbeam has to say about all this. I guess I really only have this.
I had a feeling you'd be back.
Really?
I think we've already shown this to her.
But Gentia doesn't seem to know any.
Oh, you know what?
Does this mean anything
I
to
should
you?
have showed that to the professor.
It's beautiful. I love it.
Have you ever seen anything like this before?
No, but if you know where I can buy one.
Sorry, it'll be rather hard to find one these days.
Oh, well, so be it.
Does this mean anything to you?
I can be of no help to you, Seeker.
Okay, does anybody else see this distortion? Because I don't have my own stream up, Spencer, but I do keep a video, like the OBS, on my screen, and I'm not actually seeing any interference on my own end.
Does this mean anything to you?
I can be of no help to you, Seeker.
Could I ask you a few questions?
Of course, Seeker.
Really, T. Clark? I always think... I mean, I kind of just look at the reaction from this. I notice a lot of people... So, you know, somebody stopped by, Jesse Quill thanked them, and pretty much around the time that she left, they left. It's definitely one where I actually notice a lot of people... it's one where I notice a lot of people only stay for a few minutes and leave. I actually thought it was a genre that I don't do particularly well. So I appreciate that feedback, T. Clark, because if I don't get it, it means I'm less likely to wind up doing it.
Do you know anything about Rada drums?
I don't know anything about that.
Do you know anything about black voodoo?
It is the oldest, darkest heart of voodoo.
Well, I guess I'll be gone now.
May the protection of the snake god go with you.
Thanks.
Is the snake god called Damballa? Because I saw a guy who doesn't have a very high opinion of it. Alright, I'm gonna show this to the professor, and then I might go... So Grace can probably research Rada drums. I just don't know if she'll give us anything else, if it's a waste of time going to St. George's, but I'm not really 100% where else I should be going. Maybe we'll see if the guy's
Mr.
still
Knight,
there, actually.
You're back. Oh, goody.
Can you tell me anything about this?
No, I'm afraid I can't.
Well, that was worth it. I wish I was a little smarter in how I...
Okay, thanks.
How I thought about inventory stuff, but... That's kind of funny, T. Clark, because like I think strategy games... See, they present their own puzzles in just a very straightforward way, right? You know, two opponents trying to achieve a goal. Not really, Spencer. I feel like I've known about it at some point, but I don't know a whole lot about the retro category. But yeah, in the case of adventure games, I do always... I don't know. I mean, retro is kind of like a... I mean, first of all, it's what kind of attention you want. If I get a bunch of backseaters, I'm not interested in that kind of attention. Second of all, I mean, I think it's worth it to say directly what I'm playing. I mean, a retro adventure game is very different from like a retro Nintendo game. Sorry, retro Nintendo game is going to be very different from, you know, a retro adventure or something like that. But I mean, like for me, I guess the big one is if people are... So there's two ways I can think about this, right? So retro would be people want to check out an old school game, and I don't know if it's like they're looking for speedruns or something like that, or if they just legitimately like seeing older games being played. In that case, it actually makes a lot of sense, and I should categorize myself that way. I kind of think now most people come because of word of mouth. But yeah, that's an interesting point that you bring up, Spencer, because like, I mean, again, if I could, I'd like to grow the stream. I've kind of given up on the idea of the stream growing. I think I've kind of just hit a plateau. But I suppose the one thing is that if I attract people on the basis of the retro category...
Phew, it's humid out
the guy
there.
is
Made it back, though.
I wish you wouldn't wear that coat outside in June. I could smell you from here.
I guess the one thing is that I'm not necessarily a retro gamer, so it might just lead to some disappointment when people find out that I'm not going to continue playing classic games. Oh, it's all good, T. Clark. I mean, again, it's the big one for me is just the feedback. So, like, there's definitely been a rotation of
Have you
people.
noticed this guy outside the shop?
Yeah. He gives me the creeps. I wish he'd go away.
There is not...
Get the hell out of here.
The figure outside does not respond.
Get the hell out of here.
The figure...
Yeah, it's more so just the idea of like somebody coming in. So it's always an interesting bit of feedback to me if somebody comes in, watches, and then leaves. That kind of suggests it wasn't for them, and then it raises the question in terms of whether or not there's anything that I can do to improve. Yeah. I don't mind it if people lurk. I mean, it's not my job to... Or sorry, it's not their job to provide me material to react to, right? So... Alright. Let's talk with Grace.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Sure, Spencer. I mean, but if it's a phone call, I mean... I'm pretty sure there's 2 or 3 people who, again, I mean, the big thing I always look for is if, you know, one person who if it's socially desirable to be seen that I'm supporting this. So like, Jesse Quill's a really big, I'll give you an example, right? Jesse Quill's a very big supporter of the stream. She's a very popular streamer. What I tend to notice is that when people think she's in the channel, they'll be very active in chatting. And if she gives an indication that she's left, I actually see a much bigger drop-off. And it's just, in this case, it's not necessarily the fact that I'm a compelling streamer. It's probably a little bit more that they want to be seen as supporting, which is fine. I mean, I'm happy to get the views. And more importantly, I wouldn't want people who don't want to watch the material. Wait, is that... Oh, sorry, you guys can't see this on my desktop. I actually think I see a photo of Gabriel Knight holding a crocodile mask. And he's shirtless, so maybe I don't need to find like a cloak or something like that. Anyways, again, it's always just trying to get a little bit of a read in terms of what people, you know, people like. And like I said, it's not, like, again, it would be wonderful if I could have a bigger stream, but if it comes at the cost of, you know, bringing the wrong kind of viewer in, or just having to put on something that is available for everybody else on Twitch, then that's maybe a little bit higher of a cost than I'd be willing to bear. So,
Are you sure you don't know anything?
You are...
Could you do some research for me?
Sure. What?
Could you research Rada drums for me?
Rotodrum? Sure. I don't think we have any books on that topic in the shop, but I'll contact our suppliers. Assuming any of them will extend you any credit.
Tell them it's an emergency.
Uh-huh. I can see where a Rotodrum book would be incredibly urgent. Anything else?
Well, Spencer, I mean, trolls could be one. I mean, I don't really have a huge problem dealing with trolls, but like, again, backseating is absolutely haram in this stream. Like, a good example of this would be... Sure, but I mean, the more time I spend banning people in my channel is the less time that I spend interacting with people and playing the game, so... These things always have a cost. I'm thinking I can't call Hans Ritter yet, just because the game hasn't given me a justification for it, but let's see. It's always tough. 490. I'm sure this is clearer to read if I had it full screen.
I'm not calling some stranger in Germany. I still don't know who this guy really is.
But yeah, like, am I starting out streaming again? The past videos show a break from February to September. February, really. I would have been streaming infrequently after February because I was finishing my master's degree. But the break should have been more around August because I had to move. So it was about a month when I was gone in August. But there definitely should... So it's possible that some of those videos were from a Twitch Turbo. So I don't know exactly how Twitch Turbo works. It's possible some of those videos might have been when I had some kind of Twitch Turbo subscription or something like that, which means they'd have a longer life. But the Yeah, that would definitely... That's definitely not an indication of my streaming then. So my guess here is I probably had some kind of a trial Twitch Turbo subscription back in February, which would mean... I don't know how it works, right? They extend your life on your VODs when you have Twitch Turbo, and I don't know if it's like if you have Turbo while you're streaming,
I'll be back later.
It gets
Good luck.
extended, or if just the stuff, you know, when you have Turbo, you get the extension or something like that. It doesn't mean a whole lot if you're a continual Turbo subscriber because it's always just going to be going on, but for me, like where I'm using it in smaller periods, that'll happen. This is the first one that I've done on Twitch. On my YouTube channel, I did Leisure Suit Larry. We'll be returning to that. That'll be on YouTube, though, because Twitch is bad for banning people. I will also be doing the Quest for Glory series at some point, and probably Space Quest. But it's not a regular thing that I do, Spencer. I'll definitely be doing more of it, though, so if you want to... The best thing I can say, so obviously following the channel is a good way to know when I'm streaming. If you want to know what I'm streaming, rather than like going in and checking all the time, because I'll definitely let you know, like I have a little bit more of an orientation towards strategic games. But if you like when I do this kind of material, I'd actually recommend following my Twitter. Just because I'll always say what game I'm playing, and if I'm doing a more themed sort of a thing, I'll usually announce that ahead of time. So, thank you very much for the follow. But yeah, I don't want to... I mean, again, like I said, I'm looking to grow the channel if I can, but I don't want to sell you on a false bill of goods. I'm not primarily even a retro streamer. So there will definitely be some periods of time where, where I'm going to be streaming some stuff which is not quite what you're looking for. I really like Space Quest 5-2. Never finished it. I got very close to the ending, but that'll be one. I'll probably do 4 first. I don't think I could do 1 through 3 just because they're a little too old school text adventure for me. But we'll see. I mean, I'm definitely... If there is a demand for it, I'll very happily fill it. I don't know. I like variety. Yeah, no problem. I mean, again, Spencer, like, it's why... Oh, hang on. I think this is just low-res textures, but...
Why use the tattoo tracing on that?
Because they look similar. But yeah, I mean, it's... I'm wasting people's time if they come for, like, retro stuff and then I'm playing, like, Wolfenstein New Order. Oh, that's neat, Spencer. I'd definitely check that out then. Well, I mean, Quest for Glories aren't as big of a problem for me.
Hey. It's you, God help me.
At least 4, I think it was 4 and 5 were the last 2. But yeah, anything that's more like a text-based adventure, I may not wind up doing. Or at least, like, I'll probably make it a special thing, which is like, okay, I'm finally gonna learn how to play this kind of game. Alright, let's...
Mosley does not even know about Crash's demise yet. He's unlikely to believe Gabriel about the origins of that tattoo.
Well, how about telling him about Crash's demise?
I have this snake bracelet. It's a replica of one used in secret voodoo ceremonies a few decades ago.
Really? What makes you think so?
I got it from an old Creole lady whose grandmother was an acolyte of Marie Laveau.
Gabriel. We get these little old ladies in here all the time. That bracelet is probably not genuine, and it wouldn't prove anything if it were.
Alright, I don't think I have any more inventory that he can work with.
Can I ask you about some stuff?
You're the writer. Ask away.
Crash is dead.
What? What are you talking about? I just let him go this morning.
Yeah, well, that turned out to be a brilliant move. Though they probably would have gotten him anywhere.
They? You're losing it, Knight.
It was the voodoo cult. They did it. Crash said.
You're an amateur, so let me just give you some advice. Crash was a junkie. You gotta read through the hallucinations, you know what I mean? Where's the body, anyway?
St. Louis Cathedral.
Lovely. Well, we'll make sure he's picked up sometime today so he doesn't scare the shit out of some nun. But chill, Gabe. In this business, you see a lot of stiffs.
Aren't you going to investigate?
Civilians. Did you actually see someone kill him?
No. Actually, I was with him when he died. Could have been poison, though.
Yeah, well, when they get the body in, they'll do a quick autopsy. Standard procedure. If it's anything other than an overdose, I'll get a report. But it won't happen. I know these guys. Lock them up overnight and they tend to overdo it the next day.
Your professionalism is astonishing.
See, it's funny that they give us a sarcastic... Actually, Spencer, I'll answer your question first. So what you're probably going to see is a bigger streamer. And this is either because they have been given some promotional deal to do it. And it's not... I mean, you can't necessarily blame them, right? Because if you have early access to a title... So imagine I had access to Battlefield 1 before somebody else, and I was able to stream that. That would be a very big benefit to my stream. Likewise, so a good example of this was I was given some early access to Stellaris. That was the first time that the stream has ever hit 100 viewers concurrent, naturally, like not being hosted by a big stream. So it can be a very, very big benefit to your stream to show something that has a lot of press around it, you know, before the general public has access to it. Now, you know, you have to, in a situation like that, if you're given a deal, and like this is totally beside like people getting paid to stream stuff. But in that situation, right, you kind of have to weigh your options. You say, you know, let's say I didn't like strategy games. You know, do I want to play Stellaris knowing that it will give me 100 concurrent viewers, or do I, you know, do I want to focus on something that I like? Now, in my case, it's easy. I was given Stellaris because I like strategy games, and I specifically stream some Paradox, which is the development studio. It's actually a pretty good game, if you like that sort of thing. But that's one case where you'll see a streamer streaming a game that they don't necessarily enjoy. I don't think it's the right way to go about it, and I think it's a limited approach too, because it's hard to imagine a big developer continually giving you early access to games that you do not stream well and turns people off the title. But I will tell you that there's big streamer for, you know, somebody who I know who does this promotional stuff, still always gave a key to a streamer that had been very hostile to previous games that they'd done, just because they are one of the biggest on Twitch. You know, apparently if you're a very large streamer, you can basically get away with murder in terms of the coverage that you give, just because I think people want to roll the dice on the chance that they really like it. In terms of smaller streamers, I don't know how often you do it. I think they would probably have this impulse of just, you know, oh, I hear this is really popular, so I'm going to go for it. So, like, I think Resident Evil and Dark Souls are two games that have sort of a built-in audience, and there's a little bit of a feeling that if you do that, you'll get success if you measure success through viewership. But again, it's kind of hard to see people doing that sustained. So I suspect probably there's a good reason you haven't seen that very often, which is if you don't watch a lot of big streams, and you know, the only chance you could get to see that would be if you were looking for a particular title and a smaller streamer was trying it. Yeah, that's totally fair, Spencer. I know I've tended to gravitate a little bit more towards smaller streams myself.
Do you know anything about Rada drums?
No.
They're these African drums, and they're being used all over the French Quarter to send messages for the Voodoo Cartel.
Yeah, right. When them drums announce a blue light special at OK Mart, let me know.
I just had an idea. So let's see if that tattoo is on... Well, it wouldn't make sense that tattoo's on.
Those two are...
Yeah, I was wondering if like maybe one of the murder victims had a tattoo on it, but let's show it to Mosley now.
I took this tracing from a tattoo on Crash's chest. It's related to the underworld voodoo cult.
Yeah? What makes you think that?
It's what Crash said just before he died.
Well, he was probably hallucinating from the drugs he OD'd on. Probably got that in the Navy or something.
No, I'm sure it's related. It's a snake scene, and
even if it were a signal of some sort, that doesn't prove that the murders were done by a legit voodoo cult.
Mosley doesn't...
Yeah, I mean, so obviously we can probably construct a lot of examples where,
This...
you know, where streamers wind up in a situation playing a game that they don't like. The best I could say, like, you never know, right?
I'm gonna hit the road.
Especially when I do promotional stuff. Like when somebody's given me access to a game and I'm trying it for the very first time, you know, it's just through nobody's fault. Like if somebody says, hey, I think you'll like this game, you can't know with 100% certainty that, you know, that people will enjoy the game. There can be any number of reasons why it doesn't hit. I'm a little stumped. But yeah, the best I could say. So the first thing that I would do, you know, I'd give the game a shot. What I try and do is rather than just like rag on a game, I will try and explain what works for me and what doesn't, and then I'll try and I'll try and sort of say where the things didn't quite go right for me. So it'll be like an opportunity for me to go analytic. But I never really feel the obligation to keep going with something that isn't working. So like if I was in a situation like what T. Clark describes, I think the best thing I could do if I legitimately wasn't enjoying the game.
Could I ask you a few questions?
I just have to say.
Sure. I'm not too busy at the moment.
You know, I'm sorry guys, it's not quite it's not quite working for me. Let's try and do something similar. Let's try doing something that, you know, we all can enjoy. Because as T. Clark says, it's never fun to watch when a streamer isn't enjoying themselves. It's why, you know, I seriously debate sometimes about whether or not I cast, just because if I'm not enjoying the game, then it's not going to be fun for people to watch. Now, I mean, you can get frustrated at a game because, you know, their challenges, their design, you know, it's usually a bad game if, you know, everything is trivial for you. But there's a difference between having the experience of, you know, a challenge or something like that and a situation where, you know, maybe somebody in chat is speaking to you the wrong way or you're not feeling like a good streamer, or, you know, there's a number of things that can kind of drive people to not be having the best stream. But I also kind of know that consistency is important. So I do my best, even if I've, you know, like yesterday's cast, I'll be upfront. I was not happy at the end of yesterday's cast, and I had a long chat with Jesse Quill. There's a lot of stuff that's still unresolved over how I was feeling at the end of last cast. But I also know consistency is important. And so my decision was I would kind of continue to stream today, even if I knew that it would, it would potentially not be good. I mean, the biggest one is that if it was a repeat of what caused me problems, I probably would have just said that it was a shorter cast and left it. So, what was I gonna ask? Oh, Rada drums.
Do you know anything about Rada drums?
Rada drums? Are those some special kind?
I guess. They're African.
Sorry. I don't know much about music.
Tell me about the street musicians around here.
Don't know what else I could say.
What can you tell me about your regulars in here?
That's about all I can say about this crowd.
It's fine, T. Clark. I prefer it when people don't see me at my worst. I don't think these two are gonna do anything.
Hi, how's it going?
Could you excuse us? We're talking here.
It's one of those cult drummers.
Maybe there's something...
What's up?
Buddy, I think the place you're looking for is down on Bourbon.
Alright, let's, maybe let's try Madame Kazanu.
Gabriel would not be needing. There's no answer. Perhaps Kazunu got even more paranoid than usual and decided to get out of town.
Interesting.
Gabriel
Okay. I can't remember if I asked her about the Rada drums yet. I think I did, but...
Gabriel Knight, come in.
Hello, Magentia.
Please, be seated.
Could I ask,
Of course.
do you know anything about...
I don't know any... What about her?
Tell me.
You have to be careful when handling a snake. They're more delicate than they look.
Nothing.
Oh.
Well, I guess I'll be gone now.
There's gotta be some...
Open your mind and heart, and the way will be clear to you.
I'll give it my best shot.
I'm just trying to think, like, the evidence that I need...
Lucy, I'm home.
Oh boy, party time.
The evidence I need is for Mosley to see that there's a cult operating in New Orleans, but I don't really have this evidence for myself yet. Can't call Wolfgang.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Do you have messages for me?
Nope. None right now.
Do you know anything about...
Not personally, but I'll try to get something on it for you, like you asked.
Are you sure?
You are desperate.
Do you know anything about Veve?
I told you, I can't help you with that.
You're sure you don't know anything about a secret voodoo temple?
No. No, I don't. But if it exists, I wish you'd stay away from it.
Okay, I think either I need to find the temple itself, which is a shot in the dark.
I'll be back
See ya!
Or... Well, here's an idea, actually. Let's see what happens if I show them the brace. I show one of the drummers a bracelet. The only other thing I can think of is I haven't actually gone through the whole cemetery. It's possible also... So, Gran also seemed to be holding back something from us on Wolfgang Ritter, so it's possible that maybe she'll give us a dialogue option that allows him to call finally. Or allows us to call him.
Does this mean anything to you?
The drummer looks blankly at Gabriel and continues his rhythm. Gabriel doesn't want to take that out of the park. Give a hoot.
So this is all stuff we've already gone through.
The beignet vendor is unlikely to have information that Gabriel needs.
Okay, so he stopped coming by the police station.
Hello. What can I do for you, sir?
What the heck are beignets, anyway?
Deep-fried sweet dough with powdered sugar on top. New Orleans donuts, sir.
What happened to the guy who used to be here?
The lucky dog guy? I took over his spot.
Oh, nothing.
You're the boss.
The vendor would...
I sort of feel like there's got to be some way I can get a beignet from him.
The vendor...
As you can see, I'm getting a little desperate on this stuff. Alright, I have a feeling I'm going to need to do something about this guy, but we'll... Well, here, we'll see what the desk sergeant said. Maybe I'm allowed to give him a tip on where the beignet guy went.
Hey, nice precinct.
Think so? That's peachy. That means more to me than you could know.
Got a second, officer?
What can I do you for?
Do you know anything about a secret voodoo hound four?
Hound what?
Hound four. It's a temple.
Sounds like someone's pulling your leg on that one.
I'm here to see Detective Mosley.
He's in his office. Go on back.
Do you know anything about Rada drums?
I like Lawrence Welk myself.
Do you know anything?
You keep wanting me to know about this voodoo stuff, don't you? What, do I look like someone who danced around in a loincloth to you?
Well, Desk Sergeant, as a matter of fact. Alright. Maybe there's something in the Voodoo Museum I'm supposed to look at. Because I remember in the Dixieland drugstore, I was looking at like different things, and eventually...
Hey! Yeah, what is it, you wanker?
Eventually it gave me some information I needed.
Can I ask you about...
You're...
Do you know anything about a secret voodoo hound fool?
Oh, come on. Someone's pulling your leg, Knight.
Are you sure?
There's nothing secret about voodoo in New Orleans. There's a museum, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, but that's the stuff they want you to see.
You're getting mighty paranoid, Knight.
You know, I believe, I think I guess he didn't automatically. Well, I can go get it. T. Clark, if that actually solves the problem, I'm gonna ban you for backseating.
How can I convince you to reopen the case?
You still need to prove there's a legitimate voodoo cult in New Orleans. Get me a lead on the cult.
How do I prove the existence of the cult?
Can I ask you... Do you know anything...
Stop!
What's the status on...
The case.
How can you just close it?
Oh, it's solved. Turns out the Chicago Mafia
if you guys can
was
just give me a
trying
quick
to
second, I'm actually
invade
going to grab a
local
snack. I'm kind of
using
hungry,
Mississippi
so
for
I'll be back
drug
in a
running
second.
now that Florida's so hot. What we had here was a little
I'll do
resistance
that.
from local
T-Clark.
businessmen. Word came in this morning that the Chicago group is giving up and pulling out of New Orleans.
But that doesn't bring the killers to justice.
Well, the boys upstairs seem to figure it this way. Let the slime kill each other. Better the vermin we know than the Chicago vermin, I guess. The attitude in the department is that we've just been done a huge favor. Well, they're probably right.
What about the local cartel? Are you just gonna let them go?
At least they're part of us. We'll deal with them over time, always have. New Orleans is pretty clean that way, you know.
Well, that's the illusion, isn't it?
Look, I'm not totally in agreement here either, but what can I do? These guys are not about to get caught. I'm disappointed about the book, too. Next big murder case I get, I'll call you in and we'll do that one up right, okay? In fact, I could probably dig up some old cases and you could spice them up.
No, thanks.
Sorry, I know this is a social eating stream now. I had a dinner, but it was fairly early, so I'll try and keep it to a minimum. I'll give you the advertising of who gave me the snack food.
I'm gonna hit the road.
Have a good one.
Excuse me, officer.
Yes?
Could you get me some coffee?
Are you speaking to me?
Why, yes.
Wow. Deja leave it to Beaver. I'm the police photographer, sir. You might be able to find someone around here dumb enough to get coffee for you. But guess what? It won't be me.
Oh, thanks, anyway.
You know, Grace said something about not having anything on the subject here.
I knew you'd miss me, so I came back.
I'm just gonna see if I can actually read any of the books.
Gabriel finds those popular authors very mediocre. As though they would care. The coffee has...
toffee.
There you go, T. Clark.
Gabriel's had all those books in the bathroom and doesn't care to read them again. Gabriel leafs through a German-English dictionary.
Let's see, Mittag means midday, noon.
Gabriel leafs through a German-English dictionary.
Spiel means game. Interesting.
All right. Speaking of German to English, Jessie Quill was very kind. She actually mailed me some snacks. I appreciate I don't have a P.O. box listed on it, but there are a couple of ways that you can actually get me stuff. I don't publicize it, though. But yeah, she actually she visited Canada, got a chance to meet her, and she commented on the lack of snack food that I had. So I found a couple of weeks later this package of like snack food that was given in. It's given me this problem now that I have a desire to snack, or I didn't before. So you probably heard me make some popcorn in the background. Now this is going to be difficult for streaming. So my promise is I'm not going to have a lot of it, but I am kind of hungry. So I'm going to have a little, and I will not I'll go into the mic for dramatic effect. But I'm just going to get up. It's done popping, so I'm going to bring it over. I'm going to have a little bit, and then we'll be good. It will sustain me for the next couple of hours. So see you guys in a quick second.
Gabriel leafs through a German-English dictionary.
Himmel means heaven. Uh-huh.
Alright everybody, just like they do on Social Eating, we'll get a good scent of the microwave popcorn. My glasses are fogging up.
Gabriel leafs through a German-English dictionary.
Dry means 3.
I'll take a single kernel out. And... Alright. So yeah, I'm just gonna have a little bit. I will. I don't think I'll mute. If it gets too annoying, guys, let me know. But I'm just gonna try exploring some of the books while I take a small streamer relief pseudo break. So enjoy the sound of the narrator.
That doesn't... Gabriel cannot take that. Gabriel cannot see any way to... Gabriel leafs through a German-English dictionary.
Besessen means possessed. That's handy to know.
Gabriel's had all those... Gabriel selects a volume of German poetry that he always found strangely compelling.
Drei Drachen. Drei Drachen kriechen in meinen Schlaf. Die Ziele wollen sie lebendig zum Fraß. Feurigen Atems, gespaltener Zunge, genießen sie jedes Mal.
That's nice. Kinda creepy, though. Who's the author?
Heinz Ritter. I'm not sure what it says, but I get the feeling the guy was one sick puppy.
Interesting. So that's Hans Ritter. Well, probably a relation to Hans Ritter.
Gabriel pulls down a book on snakes.
Snakes are legless reptiles. Some snakes kill their prey with poison, some by constriction. A snake smells by tasting the air with its forked tongue. The smells are passed back to a sense organ in the mouth. Constrictor snakes, however, sense their prey by vibration.
Did you know that medieval legends about dragons and giant worms are actually based on snakes? You know, dragons, devils, sea monsters, well, they've always been associated with snakes.
Grace, get alive.
Alright, this is actually pretty productive. Sorry. Tell you what, I'm gonna give myself one nice big last handful, and we'll share this experience together, chat. Ready? Ready? Oh, so good! Special thanks to Jesse Quill for that interlude.
Gabriel does not... Gabriel... The old medical reference books are useless to Gabriel, and apparently to his customers.
Alright, so I don't think that gave us anything
This
on...
This is the first...
I don't think that gave us anything on...
Got a
the
minute,
cult,
Grace?
but-
What's up?
Oh, hey, Mr. Bacon. Excellent. Now, are you Canadian then? I'm in Ottawa now. I've actually... There's one place I found a poutine, but I'm a little... I'm a little short on poutine, so... There's actually a really great place in Vancouver that I would go to, called Mean Poutine. Really nice family that owned it, and delicious.
Could you do some research for me?
Sure. What?
I can't...
Okay.
Do you have...
Nope.
Okay, so T-Clark, that's not a bad idea that you had, so let's take a quick look. Excellent. I'm so used to having a primarily American audience that it's always a little surprising that my fellow countrymen have internet access and watch Twitch too.
Good.
Oops.
I'm not calling some stranger in Germany. I still don't know who this guy really is.
Well, so much for that.
The book rack contains cookbooks, true crime, and puzzle books. An inspired combination. Gabriel isn't interested in...
Don't mind if I do.
Do what?
Oh, nothing. Like I haven't tried.
Yes, I'm East Coast as well. So something suggests that my search for poutine is probably not going to be too successful if I were to go for it.
I'll be back later.
Don't hurry back on my account.
He did, although I'm not sure. I mean, Ritter might be a really common last name, so...
Hello, Dr. John.
Glad you could return to us, Mr. Knight.
So I did say I was going to take a look at some of the items inside the environment.
Reminds me of a book critic for the New York Times. He's got more hair than Mosley.
Professor Hartridge said that in Voodoo, a small ritual coffin is called a seke module. Even if that were for sale, Gabriel couldn't afford it.
I'm close enough to using a coffin as it is.
It's the exit to Ursuline Street. Gabriel wonders if that drummer is one of the cartel's messengers. A wooden doll with horns is on the back table.
Looks like Jack Nicholson.
The back wall displays various voodoo items, such as a gaudy shell necklace. The back wall displays a bandana that was once worn by a voodoo queen. The back wall, a poster advertising a voodoo tour of the city, winters only. The back wall displays various voodoo items, such as a gaudy shell necklace. That knife looks familiar, probably from Hartridge's slide.
What do you call it? A kubasa?
The back wall, an anatomically correct voodoo doll with pins strategically placed.
Now why does that remind me of Grace?
The back wall displays various voodoo items, such as an artist's rendering of the voodoo dancers in Congo Square in the early 1800s. The back wall displays various voodoo items, such as an artist.
That must be Marie Laveau.
Dr. John is a huge man. If his manner weren't so pleasant, he'd be intimidating. An official voodoo wish and stomp. Rub it and make a wish, a card said.
Funny, I say the same thing to women.
According to Hartridge, that pole in the center of the room is called a poteau mitan. A counter at the back displays brochures and a donation basket.
Take the money!
I don't need money that badly. Besides, it's empty.
A counter at the back. The Historical Voodoo Museum is brimming with items authentic and original.
That gourd must be an asson.
Large, elaborate drums occupy a corner of the museum. A very large, very formidable-looking snake is secured in a plexiglass cage.
Alright, nothing new here. Let's see if there's anything I can...
Could I ask you some more questions?
Of course. I also find our dialogue stimulating.
I'd really like to know more about your snake.
There is really nothing more to say, Mr. Knight.
Alright. I think I gotta go talk to Gran then.
I'll be going.
Goodbye, Mr. Knight.
It's my favorite grandson. How nice.
Your only grandson, but nice try, Gran.
Make yourself at home, son.
Can we talk, Gran?
Of course, my boy. How can I help?
Do you know anyone named Wolfgang Ritter?
Wolfgang Ritter? Oh, no, dear.
Odd. Do you know anything about Rada drums?
Rada drums? Your father had a little drum set when he was small.
I don't think that's quite the same thing, Gran.
Well, Your family's always been in the arts, but no musician so far.
Well, let's see if there's something in the attic. 'Cause there was obviously a puzzle.
I'm going up the attic
actually,
again.
Enjoy yourself, dear.
I wonder.
An elaborate mechanical clock, probably of German origin, is among the discarded treasures of the attic. It doesn't seem to be running at the moment.
Okay, the German connection's interesting.
That box of knickknacks, the trunk contains some old clothes, including a pair of leather shorts,
Aren't those called lederhosen?
serious hiking boots, more of Harrison Knight German book,
Just what I need.
and a bundle of letters. Love letters between Harrison and Rebecca. A ring of 6 symbols surround the face of the clock. A sword, a sun, an angel, a noose, an eclipse, and a dragon.
Okay. This is a really, really, really big stretch.
Well, Gran,
All right, dear.
I want to see if there's anything else I'm missing from the cemetery and the university. I think I might have gotten... So what I'm thinking is that that poem, you're supposed to use the German
Mr.
book to
Knight,
translate the poem.
You're back. Oh, goody.
The fact there's a dragon on the images made me think the poem might tell me something. Again, I don't know how somebody would figure that out,
mind if I pick your brain?
like other than out
Not
of sheer
if it will get you
desperation.
out
So
of my office.
I'm gonna leave that to the end, but let's take a look. Yeah, there's nothing here.
The carved stone head looks African and very old. That mask is quite hideous. The squatter grins maliciously at Gabriel. It's an enormous stone head. An old globe sits atop Hartridge's file cabinet. Exotic fish lend even more color to the cluttered office. The door leads back to the lecture hall.
Okay. So justifications. I mean, first of all, I gotta go see the
Okay, thanks.
the poem.
Good day, Mr. Knight.
So the German clock, the fact that Gran very clearly seems to know more about Hans Ritter than she wants to say. I mean, that's such a weird puzzle, but I mean,
Hello, beautiful. It's me.
yeah, let's try.
Oh boy, party time.
Gabriel said,
Drei
Okay,
Drachen.
3 dragon.
Drei Drachen
Dragons.
kriechen in meinen Schlaf. Die Ziele wollen sie lebendig zum Fraß. Feurigen Atems, gespaltener Zunge, genießen sie jedes Mal.
All right, let's see if there's any other words.
Gabriel leafs through a German-English dictionary.
Drachen means dragons. I wonder if Mosley would know he was being insulted if I called him Drachenbread.
Gabriel leafs through a German-English dictionary.
Let's see, Mittag means midday, noon.
Gabriel leafs through a German-English dictionary.
Spiel means game. Interesting.
Gabriel leafs through a German-English dictionary.
Himmel means heaven. Uh-huh. You've already got me, you...
Gabriel leafs through a German-English dictionary.
Dry means 3.
Gabriel leafs through a German-English dictionary.
Possessin means possessed. That's handy to know.
I'm just going to go until it cycles through to a word that we got on this run.
Gabriel leafs through a German-English dictionary.
Drachen means
Well, there we go.
dragons. I wonder if Mosley would know he was being insulted if I called him Drachenbread.
So, I mean, 3 dragons. I feel like I'm wasting time, but I have literally no other options.
I'm out of here. Try not to sell out the store while I'm gone.
Have fun.
My precious boy. How wonderful of you to stop by.
Can't stay away from you, Gran.
Make yourself at home, son.
Sorry, I'm still chowing down on the popcorn. It's really tasty.
I'm going up the attic again.
Enjoy yourself, dear.
The ring. Gabriel.
Okay, so...
Nothing happens. The face of the face of
Wait a minute, is there no way to get it to 3? What? There we go.
nothing.
Granddaddy, you old fox.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so... I'm supposed to read... Okay, so first of all, I'm supposed to know that I need to read the books. I'm somehow supposed to make the connection that the German author of the poem, who has a sort of similar name to the guy who is calling me, has a connection to the German clock and my grandma's attic. To the credit of the game, we did find it. But that is assuming a lot of the player. This stuff had better be worth
Gabriel
it.
doesn't want.
Maybe there's some dialogue that I missed earlier about the stuff in the attic, but yeah, that is. I believe that puzzle is bordering on bovine excrement. Is the polite way of putting that.
The old photographs show Gabriel's grandfather with 2 other men that Gabriel has not identified. The old photograph. This is the letter is written in German. but Gabriel determines what he can about it. It was sent from a place called Schloss Ritter in Rittersberg, West Germany. The letter is addressed to mein Sohn Heinz and signed Wilhelm Ritter. One of the recurring words strewn throughout the letter is the word Schattenjäger. The only thing that Gabriel can decipher about the letter is a sense of urgency in the handwriting and in the heavy use of quill-tipped bold strokes and underlining.
Schattenjäger. I got some shots of Jäger. Hey guys, we're turning this into a drunk stream. Everybody donates $5 to take a shot of Jäger.
The foot.
That's it. Take a load off, hon.
I want
Does this mean anything to you, Gran?
That one in the middle is your grandfather. Those other two, I don't know.
Huh.
Does this mean anything to you, Gran?
No, dear. I'm afraid I don't speak a word of German.
I mean, we've got more Ritters, just not the Ritter I want. Yeah, Mr. Bacon, I thought Gran would
Can
tell
we
us
talk,
something.
Gran?
But
Of course, my boy.
apparently not.
How can I help?
Oh, hello.
Have you ever heard of a Schattenjäger?
Schattenjäger? Schattenjäger. How odd, Gabriel. I haven't heard that word in years. My goodness, you've given me a chill. Your granddad used to say that sometimes in his sleep.
Really? Do you know what it means?
No, I'm afraid not. I asked him about it once. I don't think he answered me. Odd.
Thanks, Gran. Do you know anyone named Heinz Ritter?
Heinz Ritter. Oh, Gabriel. Where did you hear that name?
I found a letter in Granddaddy's clock.
I promised I'd never tell you or your father. But I suppose it doesn't matter now.
Tell me, Gran.
Your granddad's name was Heinz Ritter before he came to America.
Aha!
He changed it to Harrison Knight legally when he arrived.
Do you know anyone named Wolfgang Ritter?
As I said, your granddad's surname was originally Ritter. I never learned much about his family, but from things he said, I always thought he had a brother back in Germany. I don't know if Wolfgang Ritter is related to your granddad or not.
You know, you get prettier every time I see you.
Oh, you.
All right. I think we should be able to call him
Well,
out.
Gran,
Although it doesn't bring us any closer to finding the evidence about a cult.
Hey, Grace. Here I am.
Oh, joy.
I think the thing that would have been... Well, hang on, doesn't it... I think Grace said at some point that Wolfgang claimed to be a family member, so well, whoever... Yeah, it's Wolfgang. Or Wilhelm. Whoever the fuck I'm calling. So yeah, I suppose there is actually a connection with the family maid, but that is a really, really arcane puzzle. I'm kind of glad... I'm glad that... I mean, that could have probably been like 2 streams worth of me looking around trying to find an answer to that.
Guten Tag, Sie haben Schloss Ritter erreicht?
I'm looking for Wolfgang Ritter.
Ja, einen Moment.
Yeah, is this Gabriel on the phone?
This is Gabriel Knight. Why are you calling me Mr. Ritter?
I have been having premonitions of great danger for you, Gabriel. You must leave New Orleans this very day.
What the hell are you talking about?
It is hard to explain on the phone. I have had senses, feelings about you. It took me a long time to have you tracked down. I had a sense that Heinz had a grandson, but until these dreams started, I did not know if I should contact you.
You say you're related to my grandfather?
Yes, Heinz was my brother. There is much about the family that you should know, Gabriel. Come to Schloss Ritter in Rittersberg, West Germany. It is our family home. I will tell you everything when you come. You must come immediately. You are in great danger there.
Look, I appreciate the family spirit and all, but frankly I don't know you from Adam, and I'm not going to fly off to Germany even if I could afford it.
Gabriel, please. If you won't listen, at least let me send you something. It is a journal from one of your ancestors. Promise me you will read it.
Well, I'm pretty busy.
Please, Gabriel, you are the last of our line. I am too old to carry on. You are our last hope. Please, for your family, read the journal.
All right, I'll look at it.
Good. Now be careful and come to me as soon as you can. Goodbye.
Crazy person.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Have you ever heard of a Schottenjäger?
No. Is that a voodoo word?
I don't think so. It's German.
No, but it has a nice ring, doesn't it? Schottenjäger.
Hello, Leah2. How you doing? Let me give you a shout out here. Guys, we've been hosted a lot of times by Leah2, but it's been, excuse me. But it's, I mean, we're benefiting from the automated host system. I don't always get a chance to shout him out when he's here. So while he's here, let me try and explain a little bit about what's going on. You've heard this before, but
could you do some research for
Leah2,
me?
Sure. What?
if you guys, in terms of the games that you guys would like, he is probably best at and enjoys the most.
I can't think of anything.
Okay.
Sort of the sort of the old classic Infinity style RPGs, so stuff like Baldur's Gate and things like that. So this would lead him to play Pillars of Eternity. I don't know if you've done Divinity Original Sin, but I feel like that would be another one that you like. Leah2 has done Shadowrun Returns. I know it wasn't a hit for him when he started. I don't quite know how far you got into that, but I always say, and I mean it, even though I've introduced him through those styles of games, he's probably the most diverse streamer that I've actually seen on Twitch. In particular, I always note his work on programming streams. He's done a haircutting stream. I think he's the only streamer I know who's kind of done all of the categories on Twitch, except maybe for social eating. Now this is a little easier now because, of course, programming is part of the creative turn now. Fair enough, Leah2. Sorry to hear about it. Hey, Zotacide. Yes, we are playing Gabriel Knight, Sins of the Fathers, the original,
It's
not the 20th
time to close
anniversary.
shop.
So it is.
You have done.
Have a nice night.
Oh, okay, cool. So.
You too. See you tomorrow.
Don't let the murderer get you, Grace. Hey, the guy vanished. So yeah, Leah2's done all the categories.
Hello?
It's me. I can't sleep.
Me neither.
Can I?
Yes. Come.
I don't think I've even heard of Sanitarium. Alright, so I made it to day 5. The road was blocked, the truth was shunned, the white flag had been waved. Reversal cost me all I had, and everything I'd braved. Okay. Probably one of these has to do with the
Are you okay, Gabriel?
Sure. Great. Why?
I'm worried about you.
If I were any better, Grace, I'd be dead. Now, what's up?
We got that book you ordered in this morning. The one on Rada drums.
Really? Great.
Yeah, I did find something. I checked the microfiche at the public library. I found an article about a murder in 1810. The newspaper published a
We
part
already
of
have
the
this,
pattern found around the body. It looks damn close.
You're incredible. All that work.
Forget it. We got that book you ordered in this morning. The one on Rada drums.
Really?
Really? Great.
You got another package this morning. FedEx from Germany.
I was expecting that. Where is it?
Well, it kinda came open, but I salvaged the contents. There was a letter from your great-uncle Wolfgang and a journal.
The package just came open, huh? How'd you like the journal?
Someone has to look after you. You're in trouble. In case you don't know it.
Yeah, you've been reading my horoscope again, haven't you, Grace?
Just read the journal carefully, Gabriel. Please.
I got it.
Are you talking about this one, Leah, too? Because I would agree. There's a couple things.
St. George's books. Oh, Professor Hartridge, I'm glad you called. Did you... You did? Wait, slow down. The Aigris? Really? You think that's them? The wheel within a wheel? Ogun Badagri, huh? Well, that does sound like it. Dambala, the snake. That's the wavy pattern at the bottom, okay. The 1791 slave revolt in Santo Domingo. Well, why would the Veve show up there? Okay. 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 Look, I'll come over as soon as I can. Okay. Relax, Professor. I'm excited too, but you're gonna give yourself a heart attack. Okay. Thanks. See ya.
Fair enough, Leah, too. Yeah, there's a couple of puzzles here that...
I wish you'd tell me what's going on. I swear you're gonna step into a hole you may never get out of.
Don't look so worried. No one knows what I'm doing. I'm perfectly safe. And I'm getting some great stuff for the book. Besides, there's something about all this. My dreams.
What about your dreams?
Nothing. I'll be careful, I promise.
So, there's a couple of, like, puzzles in here that just defy any sense. But I think the story's interesting, and I'm having a good time playing it, Leah, too. So it's definitely one that I'd recommend. I picked this up on GOG. I don't know if it's on sale right now, but it's fairly decent. This is the classic game. I haven't played the 20th anniversary.
Dated June 22nd, 1993. Disgusted with the state of the voodoo murder case, Gabriel turns right to his horoscope. The shadow upon you is no longer reversible.
Wonderful.
What did I get out of that?
That doesn't... Gabriel...
My kidney's already...
Alright, I wonder if we can translate the letter.
Gabriel doesn't need to... Gabriel... The man in the street.
Okay. Oh, interesting.
The book contains several pages of Rada drum code.
Okay.
The letters... It was sent from a place... The letter... The only thing that... Gabriel reads through the pages Wolfgang marked. He reads of Gunter Ritter's journey to Charleston as witch hunter, hired by the townsmen to solve a series of ritualistic murders. He reads about Gunter's meeting with a beautiful slave woman, Tetelo, and of Gunter's tormenting urges for her.
Oh, bastard.
He reads of their physical union and passion, and of Gunter's investigations into the murders. The victims were all crew members on a certain slaving expedition to Africa, it seemed. The second to the last entry described Gunter's plan to set a trap for the coven committing the murders. He found the name of one of the surviving members of the crew, a man now living in the West Indies. Gunter has spread a false rumor that the man is returning to Charleston. He himself will impersonate a sailor and allow himself to fall into the hands of the coven. Naturally, Gunter has arranged for able-bodied assistants to follow and attack the coven before they can do him harm.
Ballsy son of a bitch, wasn't he?
Gabriel turns to the final entry of the journal.
Dear Father, I offer these final words of Zoticide, I played and beaten this once when I first played it. I have very, very broad sketches of what the story is, and I pretty much don't remember any of the puzzles. So I definitely couldn't claim it's a first playthrough, but it's I definitely don't remember a whole lot of this one. So I offer these final words as an apology for the harm done to our sacred office. The woman I wrote of, Tetelo, was the witch I sought. I have committed terrible crimes. I loved this witch and then betrayed her and used our sacred family power to free her and aid her in destroying this colony. The talisman is gone. Tetelo took it. I can but pray for thy forgiveness, for thy swift recovery of the talisman, and that my punishment in hell will be long and bitter. Your undeserving son, Gunter. Charming.
This is...
So I guess I go to the professor first.
I've got some things I need to do.
Don't hurry back on my account.
I suppose I could have talked... Actually, let's just talk to Grace first.
I knew you.
Really?
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Have you ever heard of Damballa?
Ooh, no. Makes my skin crawl, though.
Does Ogun Badaikri mean anything to you?
No. Sorry.
Do you have messages for me?
Nope. None right now.
Could you do some research for me?
Sure. What?
I can't think of anything.
Okay.
So I should probably go to the professor first, and then...
I'll be back later.
Dr. John doesn't really offer a whole lot, but I feel like he can probably tell us a little something about Damballa and Ogun Badagri, because we heard that in the Tulane lecture.
Hey, Hot Ridge, what's the good word? Hot Ridge? Ah! Oh, God, not again.
That would be up to the court. That would... Something about Hartridge's death mask reminds Gabriel of the way Crash checked out. Not a pretty ending. Something... Dr. Hartridge's desk is remarkably neat, especially considering the rest of the room. Dr. Hart on the desk is a sheet of paper with some scribbled notes. It looks recent.
These notes
Hey,
look
Kaylee
interesting.
Cakes. Let me just take a second here. We're going to wind up with some arrow problems again. Kaylee Cakes is another... By the way, is it Kaylee Cakes or Callie Cakes? I know you say it... I've heard you say Kaylee Cakes, and I always say Callie Cakes. So, I thought I should clarify that now. But let me take a second and shout her out, because Kaylee... Alright. Sorry about the incorrect pronunciation then. But she is... I can't really call her a new streamer anymore, because you're certainly not going to see... You're not going to see that when you go into her channel. I think you're going to see a very... somebody who's very comfortable broadcasting. Primarily does DayZ, but she's... I think there's a couple things that have impressed me quite a bit in terms of watching her. One, she's sort of diversified, and she's really built up her stream very rapidly, and it's good stuff. So I mean, she's been doing some unboxings of things like Geek Fuel. I think she did a Loot Crate once, and then there was Geek Blocks or Geek Cube or something like that. But it's funny, Kaylee. But there's a few reasons you should watch her. I mean, first of all, a very, very valued member of the of this channel's community. Her mod SLF kind of recommended we be hosted, and I mean, she donated before she hit follow, and every time that she's been here, just an absolute pleasure to be around. In terms of why you want to watch her as a caster, I mean, I don't play DayZ. I don't even watch that many DayZ streams, but I definitely like hanging out with her. Very kind, very, very happy, and a really nice person to hang around with. Definitely puts up with my immature behavior inside of chats. And she's also a baker by trade, so in addition to doing some baking streams, whenever she hits a new 100 follower milestone, Nerd Block, thank you. But she will bake cookies and give them to somebody on her follows. So in addition to the fact that you get to watch a really wonderful streamer who has done an incredibly good job for herself in terms of getting her name out there and kind of getting a good following, you potentially have the chance to get some food out of it. So definitely consider checking her out. I strongly recommend it. ASMR, or as I like to call it, ASMR! All right, let's read the notes.
Hartridge's notes are scribbled on notepad paper. Hartridge's notes...
Well, that's helpful. All right. So, Kaylee, I don't think you've seen me play this before, have you? I know there's actually a few new people inside here. Does anybody want 10 out of 10? The only reason to follow you is cookies. I don't even think I've had my name in for a draw on cookies, Kaylee. So it's not the reason. I was gonna say, as much as I'm sure they're wonderful.
Before leaving the university, Gabriel notifies campus security about Hartridge's body.
I show up for the gameplay and the commentary. I gotta get me in on one of them cookie draws, though. Alright. So, for those of you who are new to the game, we are on day 5. I know the game goes up to double-digit dates, but I don't know exactly how many. It's an adventure game, so this is an old style of game that Sierra used to make, as well as LucasArts. So this is, before there was Telltale, there would be these. They'd sort of be like puzzle games. This is sort of a little bit more adult-oriented, and it's a story of a writer who owns a used bookshop. His name's Gabriel Knight, and he is introduced having terrible nightmares while he's researching a book on voodoo murders, which are currently taking place in New Orleans. Now, as we've gone through, we're getting evidence that the voodoo elements of the murders are genuine, and that the group has enough power that it's shut down a police investigation into them. And now there's a little bit more menace sort of approaching Gabriel Knight. So that's kind of where we find ourselves right now. All of these are little locations that we've unlocked, and what this game basically is you go through these different scenes and these different characters, and you try and advance the story through unlocking... I say unlocking puzzles, but basically there's supposed to be some sort of narrative connection that leads you to take those actions. Although they certainly kind of stretch logic pretty often. So, came for the cookie, stayed for the streamer. Yes.
Why is it so dark in here? Dr. John? Hello? Uh-oh.
Oh, I'm dying. All right, so this is a bit of a trick that you can pull this is a trick that you can pull on these games. So I actually I really should have saved earlier. So I get the lights.
There's no.
Oh, those aren't lights.
You bastard!
Good day, Mr. Knight.
That thing just tried to kill me.
He did? I am sorry. The museum is closed today, you see, and we were not expecting visitors. But if you will excuse me, Mr. Knight, I must go look for him. He is incredibly valuable.
You don't need to ask twice. I'm out of here. By the way, you might want to lock your door next time you're closed.
Not a bad idea. Goodbye, Mr. Knight.
Wait, I think I just got really lucky there. I thought that was a light switch. That's new.
One of the Getty drummers watches the police station.
Getty drummer?
Got a second, officer?
What can I do you for?
Do you know anything about Rada drums?
You don't want to make me...
Have you ever heard of Damballa?
No, sounds foreign or something.
Does Ogun Badaikri mean anything to you?
Hell no.
I'm here to see Detective Mosley.
He's in his office. Go on back.
Yes, it's a very old game, Kaylee Cakes. There is a new, there's a new 20th anniversary edition of it, but it's, again, the developer hasn't been quite as good with their modern stuff as with this one. So it takes place in 1993's Odyssey.
Detective
I think
Mosley.
that's when the game was
Hard at
released.
work, I
but-
see.
Knight, I had a feeling you'd show up.
But some famous actors. So the guy who plays Gabriel Knight is Tim Curry. The guy who plays Mosley, this guy is Mark Hamill, Luke Skywalker. And Michael Dorn plays Dr. John, the guy who almost certainly tried to kill us, but the owner of the museum.
Can I ask you about some stuff?
You're the writer. Ask away.
Have you ever heard of Damballa?
You mean gumbo?
No, I mean Damballa.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, unsurprising.
Does the name Ogun Badaikri mean anything to you?
Say what?
Ogun Badaikri. It's a voodoo loa.
Speak English or shut up, Knight.
Sorry, I didn't mean to confuse you. Guess I'll take that as a no.
So, for those of you, I mean, especially Kaylee, I don't know if you've ever played a game like this before. The Telltale stuff is kind of similar, but the way you normally go through a game like this, where else would I have known her from, T. Clark? Yep, that's right, Zodicide. So the way that you normally go through this is that you'd have dialogue options which will kind of push the story forward. They'll give you kind of your next option, and then you pick up items throughout this game and you kind of use them in combination. That's more or less where the puzzles come from. So really what this is, it's kind of like a vehicle to just tell a story. But of course, because you have to either sell this game on floppy disks or a CD or a DVD, there's limited amount of hard drive space that you have. And so one of the ways that they would make the game kind of worth the money would be sort of making it arbitrarily difficult at points. So a couple of the puzzles here are just really arcane, but I don't know, it's kind of fun. Usually the stories are pretty good in my view. It's kind of what makes me want to go back to these things. Well, I say go back, but I mean go back to the genre. Most of the ones that I've played I've done specifically because I've gotten into the genre now that, you know, there's something like GOG.com. Actually, while I'm at it, I mentioned that I got this off of GOG, but let's give them credit where credit is due. I think I got it on sale. I don't think it's on sale right now, but let me just find a link. Yeah, so for me, it's about $7.50 Canadian. That's the game I'm playing. And then the 3-pack looks like it's about $18.57. It looks like it's got a bit of a sale going on. Normally $22.47, now $18.57. That will be Gabriel Knight, Sons of the Fathers, Gabriel Knight 2, The Beast Within, and Gabriel Knight 3, Blood of the Sacred, Blood of the Damned. I was not a huge fan of the third one, which I did actually play. Haven't played the second one yet. But I don't know. GOG does have a wishlist option, so I mean, $7.50 is not bad to play something like this, but it is a little, I don't know. I think you kind of need to have the right mindset for a game like this, because it is a little, like, I can see why this genre, despite its popularity, I can sort of see why this genre sort of died out.
There's been another murder. A professor at Tulane.
Oh, Christ, you're not gonna start this again.
Just listen. This guy's name is Hartridge. He was a professor in African Studies at Tulane. Yesterday, I went to see him about the Voodoo Murders case. He agreed to do some research for me. He calls me up this morning, tells me he's onto something big. And when I get over there, the guy's dead.
You know, you're really getting your ass in a sling over this thing, Knight.
It's not about me. Look, Hartridge's death looked just like Crash's. I'm telling you, they were both murdered. And by the same people who did the Voodoo murders.
Did either Crash or this new guy have their hearts ripped out?
No.
Then there's nothing to link either to the Voodoo murders, M.O. Besides that, the case is closed, Knight. If the coroner's report asks for a homicide investigation on either of these guys, fine. But it's not going to be related to the Voodoo murders case unless we find damn good reason to do so.
But I'm the link to the Voodoo Murders case, don't you see?
Look, if I were you, I wouldn't repeat that to anyone. If I weren't an old friend of yours, I might take you seriously and lock you up. As it is, maybe you should start keeping your mouth shut. Not involve other people with this shit. You think it's so dangerous.
How can I convince you to reopen the case?
You still need to prove there's a legitimate voodoo cult in New Orleans. Get me a lead on the cult.
Actually, Kaylee Cakes, so Mark Hamill,
Well, I'll be seeing you.
Ciao, baby.
I can't remember if these are like 90s games or 2000s games, but in terms, so he plays Detective Mosley, but he also appeared in a couple of the Wing Commander games, Wing Commander's not really coming back, but the guy who made them, Chris Roberts, is doing a game called Star Citizen. And then there was a game called Full Throttle, which I really hope they either re-release, or maybe I'll just like try and pick it up on GOG or something like that. But he played the bad guy called Ripburger. I'm surprised at his diversity of voice acting, and I think he also plays the Joker in some of the new Batman games. I'm just trying to think what I do next. Oh, hang on. There's a reason why I took those notes.
Mostly my man.
Knight, come on in.
Oh, that's right, Kaylee Cakes. You were going to was it D&B, I think? Oh, what a pair of babies. Yeah, you were talking about that last time I was in your channel. How's that going?
Take a look at these notes. They're from Professor Hartridge at Tulane University.
Yeah? What about them?
They confirm that the pattern from the murders is of African origin.
Really? It's incredible, isn't it? Something like that chewing up here?
It's been here for quite some time, so it seems.
I'm impressed. Okay, you've convinced me. The murders were done by a legitimate voodoo cult.
I've not heard of it. I'm assuming it's an American-only thing.
Showing that to Mosley.
Sorry to hear it wasn't so.
Can I ask you
so
about
good,
some
though.
stuff?
You're the writer. Ask away.
Oh, but you had a ton of fun, so that's good. Post a ton of pics on Instagram and Twitter. I should check them out then.
How can I convince you to reopen the case?
If you want, by the way,
You still need
I think
to
we already gave you.
Give me a lead on the cult.
Oh, for God's sake! If I had a lead on the cult, I'd be solving this myself. So yeah, Kaylee, actually, I should say, if you want, I think we already linked your channel, but obviously, if you want to share the stuff on, I'm not going to be able to watch it until I'm done casting. But if you want to share any of your Twitter, your Instagram, by all means, feel free to drop the links.
I'll let you get back to it.
Ciao, baby.
Okay, well, that was at least worth it to go in and show him the drawings. I just know if okay, so the Casino residence where she skipped town. Maybe with Moonbeam, I can ask her about the other. Those voodoo names that we found. Yeah, let's try.
A sign on the front door of Magentia's home reads, attending a channeling seminar until August 1st.
Okay, so much for that. Let's just see if there's anything. Oh, sorry, Kaylee.
This is the tomb of...
Oh.
The second message made from the voodoo crosses is on the wall.
I know you were mentioning that they fell asleep already.
Let me get these new marks down.
I wonder if it'll automatically translate it for me. Nope.
Gabriel checks the two messages for duplicate symbols and transfers the letters from the matches to the new message. He
Oh, hey,
finds
congratulations,
that he
T-Clark.
has the translation for all of the symbols, except for 3.
Mr. Franz, how are you doing? Welcome back. DJ, so Dr. John, keep E blank E, so keep eyes on GK, Gabriel Knight. B blank T D O N O T H A R blank. Okay, it can't be an E. B blank T D O N O T H A R blank that's not a Y.
Gabriel should at least wait until the
You like having 30 Jello shots sitting outside, staying cold. We found we have a term in this game called the Schottenjager, which, if I was better, I would turn it into a drinking game. I actually have an unopened bottle of Jaeger sitting in my my freezer, but I don't think anybody took me up for a drinking game where I start doing shots of Jaeger. If anybody has any ideas of how... Oh, what did you say? Let's try that again.
These
Still have 4 bottles of wine in the fridge. Yeah, I think you may have been a little over-prepared. Happy birthday, T. Clark. Okay, so there's nothing waiting for us in the square.
posted on the door of the museum is a sign saying, "Closed today only." This time the door is actually locked.
I don't think I'm gonna get anything from this guy, but let's see.
Hi. Uh-huh. Can I ask you just a few more questions?
Whatever, man. Have you ever heard of Damballa?
Damballa is an African legend about a great serpent. Folklore, that's all.
Does the name Ogun Badagry mean anything to you?
Don't talk like that around here, man.
I'm running out of places to go. This is dumb. He's not going to have anything on.
Could I ask you a few questions? Have you ever heard...
Never heard of.
Have you ever heard...
Never heard.
Does the name Ogun Badagri mean anything to you?
Never heard of it.
Thanks, you've been a big help. But yeah, this is why I say sometimes you want to get a game like this on sale, because if you don't get some enjoyment through the journey, it's definitely going to be a little frustrating to go to places that don't actually give you anything.
What happened to you?
Who, me? Nothing. Why?
Well, you're kind of a pale green color. Come here.
Pale green, you say? Charming.
What's that on your face?
I'm sure you'll tell me.
Looks like a sparkly or something. Got it.
I love it when you pick stuff off my face, Grace.
Well, excuse me.
Oh. This might be a scale.
There's something in the ashtray. The item in the ashtray.
Looks like the python left me a souvenir. Very interesting.
I think well, I don't know if this is the lead, but...
Those two objects. It's a snake scale. This is...
Oh, wait.
It's a snake scale from the Voodoo Museum's python.
I love the narrator.
Gabriel magnifies the snake scale from the Voodoo Museum's python. It's hued with purples and greens. It matches the scale from Lake Pontchartrain. He places the two scales together.
Okay, cool. I think we can take that to Mosley.
I'm out of here. Try not to sell out the store while I'm gone.
Don't hurry back on my account.
Grace is getting fired for comments like that. She's not getting a raise, T. Clark. Oh yes, for those of you who believe in
Excuse me,
equality.
officer.
Yes?
Could you get me some coffee?
Are you speaking to me?
Why, yes.
Wow. Deja leave it to Beaver. I'm the police photographer, sir. You might be able to find someone around here dumb enough to get coffee for you. But guess what? It won't be me.
Oh, thanks, anyway.
I pay taxes. I pay your salary, woman. Where's the coffee?
Hey, hey, hey. Knight, I had a feeling you'd show up.
All right. Let's hope this is enough.
I have these two snake scales. One's from the crime scene at Lake Pontchartrain. The other's from a snake in the Voodoo Museum on Ursulines and Charters.
Is this common? Do they all look alike?
Not at all. They're both constrictor scales, and the coloring is the same. A python's coloring is quite individualistic.
A python?
That's right. Hardly an indigenous snake to Louisiana. Somehow, some way, the Voodoo Museum's python was at the scene of the Lake Pontchartrain murder.
Well, I'd call that a lead, all right. Certainly suggests certain lines of inquiry at the museum. Not bad work, Knight. If we can tie them into this voodoo cult, we just might have something. Okay, I'll reopen the case. I hate to admit it, but you've done some pretty good detective work here, Knight.
Well, you know what they say. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery.
Well, point taken. Glad I could inspire you. I'll check around the department, but I have a feeling I'm on my own. In fact, I better lock up this office just in case I step on a few toes. Come on.
Hey T. Clark, shenanigans or shottenyanigans? Huh? Huh?
Now, lay low and let me handle this.
Yeah, fine.
Alright, we made some progress.
It's getting late. Gabriel decides to go home for the day.
Maybe I'm supposed to take the Jaeger whenever I tell a bad pun. Alright, cool. That's 2 days we've knocked down. Am I calling Malia Getty again? You're insatiable, Nate. Ah, she's calling her other boyfriend. Fuck you.
Dang!
Oh, hey, so for those of you who are new, this is the dream that we wake up with. We've usually gotten a new bit whenever we see this. So I wonder if that's the talisman they're talking about. Day 6. And then the night became as day. I glimpsed nature's reddest claw. The face of fear looked back at me as I gazed into the maw. I have no idea how to interpret that. Okay, we get it, game.
What is it? What's wrong?
Gabriel?
I see it, Grace. Hold on. There's no one in the shop, and I know there's no one in back. It's okay.
Okay? Gabriel, that thing is still barely alive. How could someone do this?
With a knife, maybe?
God, don't even start. We should call the police.
No. I'll take care of it.
But Gabriel...
I said I'll take care of it. Why don't you go get some coffee? I'll have it all cleaned up before you get back.
They know where you live now.
It's gonna be fine. Now go on.
Thank you for
Are you sure you don't want to go home? I could close the shop today.
No. I'd rather keep busy. I'll be fine. At least that creepy guy is gone. Ugh. Not that they aren't still watching.
Thank you for the host, Phantom Klepto. I really like that line with a knife, maybe. Alright.
Times Picayune, dated the 23rd of June, 1993. Gabriel finds an article about St. Jean's Eve. It discusses the day's Catholic roots and its adoption by voodoo devotees. In the early to mid-1800s, St. Jean's Eve was celebrated with elaborate voodoo gatherings at Lake Pontchartrain, Bayou Saint Jean, and other sites outside the city. These days, the day is commemorated commercially in some of the local shops, and a few churches still hold a St. Jean's Eve Mass. Despite his better judgment, Gabriel reads his horoscope. Today you will either die or your life will change forever.
Sure, why not? It is St. John's Eve. They'll be out tonight for sure. But where?
So I think that's the game telling me I should probably save. God, some coffee would go really well right now.
Good coffee.
I think I'm gonna make some tea though. See you guys in a second.
Gabriel!
I see it. Stay back.
I heard a shout. Did you guys hear a shout? Am I going crazy?
Are you gonna be okay here by yourself?
I'll be just fine. Just fix this,
Maybe
okay?
it's something left over from
I'm
the
trying,
scene
Gracie.
before. Oh, you know what? Actually, no, I should talk to Grace first.
Lucy, I'm home.
Oh, joy.
Yeah, I was just going to
There's
put the
no
kettle
one
on.
in that part of...
I was just going, putting the kettle on, but...
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Could you do some research for me?
Sure, what?
How about research on animal sacrifice? Yeah, she is.
I can't think
Kaylee
of
Gates.
anything.
It's, the rapport is fantastic between the two characters.
Are you sure you don't know anything about Dumbala?
I told you, I can't help you with that.
Oh, actually,
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Do you have messages for me?
Nope. None right now.
how about messages in the murdered chicken variety? Oh, Mr. Franz, because your because your chat color is pink on my monitor, it looks like you and Kaylee Cakes have the same have the same shade. So I thought that was Kaylee who wrote that first. I'm like, wait a minute, you as a female? Your biography is slightly more interesting than I thought. Actually, one thing I will share. For those of you who are unfamiliar with this genre, so where this originally started... Oh, hang on. Maybe it's the letter?
It's just an envelope.
I can see that.
Oh, so she did shout about,
This is...
about something.
The... Gabriel opens the envelope and finds a note from Mosley and a small brass key. Mosley's note says,
Gabe, I have to go underground with this thing. It runs wide and deep throughout the department and the city board. I'm already being watched. It was suggested I take vacation time, so I am, at least as far as they know. Try to keep out of this. It's too hot for a rookie. Just in case, I'm sending you my office key. You might find some useful things there. P.S. I think this note will look great in the book, don't you? Make sure you save it.
The note is signed.
Jesus Christ.
Detective Mosley. The key.
Yeah, so I was actually going to say the origins of this would be text-based adventures, and then they eventually started adding graphics inside of it. So in the text-based adventures, you would have to type in what you wanted your character to do and make some guesses. And then you'd have sort of common things like walk, look, grab, open, and so on and so forth. But obviously heavier emphasis on visuals now, less emphasis on text. But in the spirit of Kaylee's comment, what happens when you try to use the grab on Grace?
Like I haven't tried.
Game certainly is capable of a sense of humor.
You've already got me, you lucky devil.
Handsome, isn't he?
All right. Kettle's boiling. I will be back in a second, folks.
I'm going out.
Don't hurry back on my account.
Sorry guys, I know this has become somewhat of a snack stream, but I was hungry, now I want tea. Text-based adventures, point-and-click adventures without the point-and-click. It was struggling times. Yeah, I mean, so I have a couple of the adventure games which were basically the start of the transition into the graphical ones. I can't play them. Like, it's something I've never learned, and I'm not really able to kind of get into them. I'll maybe try on my own and see if I can do it, because it would mean like there's more games that I can play for myself. Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely going to be a struggle to get it set up.
Hello, Dr. John.
Glad you could return to us, Mr. Knight.
You're not going to try to murder me again, are you?
Could I ask you some more questions?
Of course. I also find our dialogue stimulating.
Have you ever heard of Damballa?
Of course. It is one of the lore.
What can you tell me about the lower Damballa?
Damballa is a snake lore. It originated in Africa and is also worshipped heavily in Haiti, I believe.
Do you worship Damballa?
Mr. Knight, in voodoo, all of the lore are given their due respect.
What else can you tell me about the Loa Dambala?
I am afraid I have little else to say about that subject.
Are you sure you don't know anything about Ogun Badagri?
I am afraid I have little else to say about that subject.
Okay.
Thanks a lot. Bye now.
Come back again.
I'm just trying to think. So Mosley's office sort of seems like an obvious place to go. And then, yeah, you know what, let's take a shot. At least in this case, Kaylee Cakes, it's a strong suggestion that he's involved with the voodoo cult, so anytime we get information from him, it's always just kind of like, you know, an added bonus.
You got no business back there now. Move along.
Oh, hello.
Sorry.
I think we should talk about what's going on around here, Officer Frick.
I don't want to hear it, Mr. Knight. Now do yourself a favor and keep your nose out of here.
Got a second, officer?
What can I do you for?
I'm here to see Detective Mosley.
We don't have a Detective Mosley here.
What? I've seen him all week.
Listen to what I'm saying. We don't have a Detective Mosley on the force.
Okay then. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. This guy usually got up to go for the beignet guy, and they're mentioning that he's not showing up anymore. So I'm thinking if I bring the beignet guy here, I'm going to be able to, like, when he gets out, I'm going to be able to go through the door and get to Mosley's office.
There is...
Oh, you know what? I should have done the overlook first. That's fine. I'll do it again if I get stuck. Sorry, guys.
Excuse me?
Yeah?
Say, haven't I seen you before?
I get around the French Quarter. Used to be at Royal and Conti.
You say you used to be at Royale and Conti?
He just
That's
said
right.
Nice place.
Yeah. I always did pretty well there.
Why'd you leave Royal and Conti?
Well, the guy who used to be here, the lucky dog guy, he was my cousin Ralph. He went off to college, see, and this spot came open. I thought Jackson Square'd be a better gig, you know? Tourists and all.
Is it?
Well, no, actually.
Why don't you go back there?
Do you think? I've been kind of torn. Must be the weather. These thick clouds we've had all week. I'm just not seeing the crowds here that I expected.
Actually, this is kind of neat, so I don't know if this is intentional or not, but this comes back right down to Shakespeare, right? Where you've got weird stuff happening with the moon and all that at the beginning of the tragedies. Sort of the forces of nature aligning against you, so there's unseasonable weather and a series of voodoo murders might be a reference to that.
I definitely think you should go back to Royal and Conti.
Really?
Got a police
I'm glad
officer.
you think so. I always liked that beat, but I thought I ought to give this a shot.
Oh, absolutely.
The grass is always greener.
Exactly. You're right. I'm going back over there today.
All right, well, we did the right thing. Every time you hear that chime, that just means that we've unlocked more points. Now, usually in these games, so this could give you a little bit of a gauge in terms of how close you are to the end. But the other thing to note is that you can actually complete these games with an imperfect score. So I think one of the things, I mean, the score doesn't mean anything, it's just bragging rights. But one of the things that I think the score does is especially if you've got a really low one and have completed, to me it's always a little bit of an indicator as to whether or not somebody looked at like a walkthrough or something like that. Because like if you're doing certain, well, actually I guess it depends. Like some walkthroughs will tell you how to 100% a game, but like if it's just, oh, I got somebody to tell me how to beat this or something like that, the score would always be incomplete because usually you need to get like a dialogue option which would give you some points, and then you actually do the puzzle which will confer other points. Now there are some puzzles, so like for instance, I think that clock puzzle that we did, we probably could have done without reading the poetry book, but if we didn't read the poetry book, we wouldn't have gotten the full points, and as a result, it's kind of like, oh, a miracle occurs. I suddenly solved this puzzle out of nowhere. Now, not every game did that, but that's kind of...
Hey, it's a beignet guy. He's back.
Where?
There we go. Ah, damn it.
Grab me 3 or 4, would ya?
Forget it, I'm broke.
Rats. You stay put. I'll be back in a minute.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, damn, he was in line. Okay, well, now what am I gonna do? Oh! Is he nodding off? I'm just gonna sit here and watch. I mean, his head definitely turned down. I wish I didn't talk to him.
The desk sergeant looked like a poster boy for heart disease. 30 extra pounds between his armpits and his belt, and a complexion of consistency of grey oatmeal. In other words, a typical product of good southern cooking.
I love the narration. I wonder if I leave and come back if he's gonna start nodding off again. Is this just a waiting game? Maybe I need to hit it like when his head's going down. It's like the third time that he... Cool. Suddenly, the snake.
Logs of unsolved cases, perhaps? Mosley must have 1,000,000 of them. Gabriel would prefer to touch as little of Mosley's stuff as possible. Gabriel could take that, but it does not look very helpful.
Oh, maybe you gotta open
Not
it.
me. I've seen how Mosley organizes stuff.
Have you ever heard a drawer that sounds like that?
This tracker might come in handy.
Oh, I just wanted to rummage through it.
Gabriel, the desk is bad enough on the outside.
Not me. Not me.
There is not.
Alright. I don't think there's anything else for us. Unless...
That's funny. That window is a mirror on the other side. The suit.
So I think...
Hey, get out of there, you.
Sorry. Just looking for a restroom.
I think I know what we do with this tracker. So we need to find,
Hello, Dr. John.
Glad you could return to us, Mr. Knight.
Gabriel slips the signal device into the Seike module.
Can I assist you, Mr. Knight?
No, just looking.
Now, if only they take the coffin to the ritual.
Ah, okay, so I thought they were automatically going to bring the coffin to the...
I hate to rush you, Mr. Knight, but I am afraid I must close the museum early this evening. This is St. John's Eve, and it's getting on towards dusk. I have things I must do.
I see. No problem. I'll just...
Leave. Goodbye, Mr. Knight. May the spirits guard you well tonight.
So the idea here is I put the tracking device in the Seike module. I thought they were automatically going to bring it. I gotta think. So the game pretty much just told me find a way of making them so it's like basically I'll find the ritual if I track the coffin. But now I need to bring the coffin there, so I need to find a way of getting Dr. John to bring it up. Oh, actually, I know. That's how they've been communicating, Yeah, okay, so when I used the red brick on that, they said you can't deface it until the gardener is away. So I'm gonna guess I'm gonna be able to send a message to Dr. John when the gardener leaves. And that's just, you know, bring the coffin.
I think I'll leave a message of my own.
Can I use the other letter? Okay, bring. Seike Medule. S-E-K... E... That's gotta be Y. Maybe I can just say bring Seike? No, there's gotta be... Oh! DJ, keep eyes on GK. B-U-T, do no harm. There's my M. M... A... Sorry guys, I gotta find out how to spell Seike Medule. M-A-D-O-U-L-E. Uh-oh. Well, I'm glad I saved, but I have a feeling I've lost some progress. Oh God, it won't even let me bring it back in. This could get interesting. I just wanted to find the spelling, I swear. Maybe if I force quit GOG. Nice T, Clark. I may have to reset my computer. If I do, I think we'll just finish off with a game, another game tonight, but... Oh, there we go. Sadly, this is before the auto-save days, so... You can take a minute and enjoy the music.
Times-Picayune, dated the 23rd of June, 1993. Gabriel finds an article about St. Jean's Eve. It discusses the day's Catholic roots and its adoption by voodoo devotees. In the early to mid-1800s, St. Jean's Eve was celebrated with elaborate voodoo gatherings at Lake Pontchartrain, Bayou St. Jean, and other sites outside the city. These days, the day is commemorated commercially in some of the local shops, and a few churches still hold a St. Jean's Eve Mass. Despite his better judgment, Gabriel reads his horoscope. Today you will either die or your life will change forever.
Okay.
Why use the...
Will you do me a favor?
What?
Use your paints to copy this snake tattoo onto my chest.
Now, why on earth would you want me to do that?
It would be a good way for us to get closer.
Really? Well, no.
No, so, this...
Gabriel!
I see it. Stay back.
It's a bomb! So...
Gabriel...
Here's my thinking on this one.
It's just an envelope.
I can see that.
I didn't do it before. Everything in this is gearing up to indicate that we're...
Gabriel opens the envelope and finds a note from Mosley and a small brass key.
We're just going to get through this really quick because we've already done all this.
This is
the one new thing is it's pretty obvious I'm going I'm going to be going to the party tonight.
Come on, Grace. I really need that tattoo.
Then give me a good reason.
I'm going to a party tonight. Costume, you know.
You don't say. I guess you're going with Malia.
Yeah. That's right.
Hello, Jesse
And why should I help you out? We don't even like Malia.
Well, if you're jealous about my feelings for her...
You know that's not it. I just think, as your friend, that she's trouble.
It's perfectly understandable. I know you have certain feelings for me. Quite naturally.
Me? I would rather be hung by my hair over a bed of scorpions.
I know it must be hard having it in your face like this. No chance to avoid hearing about it, seeing it day by day.
Fine, I'll do it. Just shut up. Can we at least go in the back?
Sure, but could you say that one more time and pout your lips more?
Ugh.
So, Jess, how many times have I said some equivalent of that in your stream?
What did I say?
All right, let's go. The shirt, please.
You don't know how long I've been waiting for this moment.
Now. Hold still.
Maybe you'd like to tie me up?
One more remark, and I'm leaving.
Okay.
Done. It's just stunning.
Sorry I couldn't make it last longer.
Well, it was about what I expected from you.
So Jess, you actually missed out. There's quite a bit of German in this game, and the term for, or a term that we've been finding in the book. I am nowhere near as romantic as Gabriel Knight. Anyways, so the term that we keep running into is Schattenjäger. Schattenjäger, So I've been trying to convince people into a, you know, pay to get me drunk because of the Jaeger. But nobody's bought so far. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do the drunk stream quite the way that everybody else does.
Gabriel leaves through a German-English dictionary.
Let's see, Mittag means midday, noon.
Gabriel leaves through a German-English dictionary.
Spiel means game. Interesting.
Speaking of low bar, Jesse Quill has been getting drunk tonight. No, actually here, Jess, can you translate this for us?
Gabriel selects a volume of German poetry that he always found strangely compelling.
Drei Drachen. Drei Drachen kriechen in meinen Schlaf. Die Ziele wollen sie lebendig zum Fraß. Feurigen Atems, gespaltener Zunge, genießen sie jedes Mal.
So, if you feel like helping us out.
There's no one...
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Could you do some research for me?
Sure. What?
I can't think of anything.
Okay.
Do you have messages for me?
Nope. None right now.
Yeah, Three Dragons is how we figured out that infuriating clock puzzle. All right, so
Are you gonna be okay here by yourself?
I'll be just fine. Just fix this, okay?
I'm trying, Gracie.
Read, for lack of a better word.
Hi, I love you, D.
Thank you very much, Jesse Quill. You especially... Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, so I wound up turning this into a social eating stream. So I'm enjoying the popcorn that you sent. I also had one of them granola bars, and I'm enjoying the tea that you gave me. So thank you very much. I'm gonna trust that you are in a financial situation to be able to do that, but thank you. Was that for me to get the Jager, or is that just you being nice when you're intoxicated? Actually, really, you are the one who got me this popcorn, so... Here it is, guys. The microwave popcorn. I'm opening. Opening. Good. All right, I'll do a shot of Jaeger when after I get the beignet guy back.
Yeah?
Say, haven't I seen you before?
I get around the French Quarter. Used to be at Royal and Conti.
You say you used to be at Royale and Conti?
That's right.
Nice place.
Yeah. I always did pretty well there.
Why'd you leave Royal and Conti?
Well, the guy who used to be here, the lucky dog guy, he was my cousin Ralph. He went off to college, see, and this spot came open. I thought Jackson Square'd be a better gig, you know? Tourists and all.
Is it?
Well, no, actually.
Why don't you go back there?
Do you think? I've been kind of torn. Must be the weather. These thick clouds we've had all week. I'm just not seeing the crowds here that I expected.
I definitely think you should go back to Royal and Conti.
Really? I'm glad you think so. I always liked that beat, but I thought I ought to give this a shot.
Oh, absolutely. The grass is always greener.
Exactly. You're right. I'm going back over there today.
All right. Give me a second, guys, in order to satisfy Jesse Quill's request for the Jaeger. So the shot in Jaeger will have a shot of Jaeger. 1 second. Am I even allowed to have this garbage now that I'm out of school? Alright. It's nice and frosty. I'd love to... Actually, you know what? Let's see if I can pour this. I haven't had any yet, so I should be able to taste it. Oh god, that's... This glass is a lot bigger than I remember. I don't know about this, guys. Fuck, alright. Cheers, guys. This is for you, Jesse Quill. It's like licorice. I didn't hide it. You didn't see it? That's all right. There's what is it? 375 milliliters. Anybody want to convert 2 ounces into milliliters for me? I can tell you how many more shots of this thing is there. Right, police station, so we can get the Ben Diego back.
Hey, it's a beignet guy. He's back.
Where?
I mean, I can technically give myself a Jaeger bomb because Jesse Quill gave me some Red Bull as well, so...
Grab me 3 or 4, would ya?
Forget it, I'm broke.
Rats. You stay put. I'll be back in a minute.
Sorry about this, guys. I know I'm kind of taking my time going through this. I'm not gonna commentate too much just because we already know what's going through, and then we should be... Alright, so let's say that's 60 milliliters, so in 375, so there's 6 shots? I can sort of see that. The reason I got this, actually, this is a really old bottle because...
You got no business back there now.
Oh,
Move
goddammit.
along.
I gotta wait till he...
Sorry.
Gotta wait till he starts falling asleep. There we go. So back when I worked in film, there was this one sort of rap party we went to. It was the first time I ever had Jaeger. And apparently I'm not Trump creepy with women, but apparently I am very confident with women. And I am a lot of fun to be around when I've had a lot of Jaeger. At least this is the account. That it is one of the few times that I've had an evening where I've gotten drunk and I couldn't give you a full accounting of the evening. However, when they keep telling me how I behaved, I was getting kind of flashes of recognition.
This tracker might come in handy.
It wasn't too embarrassing, but it was definitely a very different side of myself that people were talking about. So
Hey, get out of there, you.
Sorry, just looking for a restroom.
Oh, I'm having an alright Saturday night, Jess. But yes, you can send me money for sure. So for those of you, I know Jess just came in.
Hello,
so
Dr. John.
Glad you could return to us, Mr. Knight.
I don't think I hit it. I thought you were fully aware of the presence of the Jägermeister.
Gabriel slips the signal device into the Seike module.
So it's Mad Duel, basically.
Can I assist you, Mr. Knight?
No, just looking.
Now, if only they take the coffin to the ritual.
So that's where we crashed.
I hate to rush you, Mr. Knight, but I am afraid I must close the museum early this evening. This is St. John's Eve, and it's getting on towards dusk. I have things I must do.
I see. No problem. I'll just...
leave. Goodbye, Mr. Knight. May the spirits guard you well tonight.
Really? What other things, Jessica? And could you get your parents to visit the... I was actually going to say, so the idea that we had here was we were going to put the tracking device in the Seike module, and then the game basically told us that we need to get them to bring it in. So we crashed at the cemetery where I was writing a message to Dr. John. I think I have the letters that I need to put it through. I didn't quite translate harm properly, but the one thing we did miss, though, I think I forgot to ask Dr. John about a couple of the Loa spirits. Oh, I was thinking of bringing them to the chat, so you can talk about exactly what you saw in my apartment. So here we're just waiting for the gardener to go out, and then we can write our message, and then we're back to sort of fumbling around the... You know, T. Clark, I think the game crashed because I alt-tabbed out.
I think I'll leave a message of my own.
So I was originally thinking is like, how do you do a solution to this puzzle, and like make it worthwhile? So this one, now that I think about it, is DJ keep eyes, which we already knew, on GK, but I couldn't figure out B blank T DONOTHAR blank, and then now it's like, okay, well I know I need M for Madule. But it's like, but do no harm, which is why we're still alive. Although, I mean, they did try to strangle me with the python, so I suppose that's that could be wrong. So DJ, wait a minute, DJ Conclave tonight, bring foot cash. Okay, actually, on live tonight. Bring say K D O U L E.
Pleased with his message, Gabriel tosses the breakdown. Now, if only DJ reads it in time.
Hey, congratulations, Leotu. Now that doesn't mean it's your birthday because or does that mean? No, it's not your birthday today, right? Gigaseconds is. Okay, my apologies to the person I just wrote that to. That was probably probably uncalled for. I should actually. It turns out popcorn isn't the best way to counteract alcohol. I definitely feel a little happier than I probably should on a single shot of Jaeger. Okay. Hang on. Okay. So I kind of thought that this day would end with that. But it's... No, I know what to do. All right. This is actually a little easier. So the game. This is actually one of the best examples I can think. Okay, so maybe the Jaeger just makes me smarter on these games. The idea I had here. So it tells you put the tracking device inside of the coffin, and it says if only they take it to the ritual. So then you go to the wall, you write down the message, and it says, if only DJ reads the message. So we've had this Rada drum book, which tells us the code, but we haven't used it yet. So I'm going to say...
Gabriel listens carefully to the drums and opens his Rada book to translate.
I'm kind of just waiting until... Oh, hang on. That's called Conclave. That looks like gibberish. Okay, so everything starts with three... Oh, hold on. Okay, there's another page. Okay, there we go. So what have we got here? We've got Conclave. Okay, call Conclave. Then we've got a bunch of single hits. Okay, none of that makes sense. But the next part begins with 3 lower ones. So 2 tonight. Oh, okay, hang on. So we've got this is what the okay, so this is what the thing, this is the start of the message. Time and location. Perfect. Okay, call Conclave tonight, and we're looking for 3 middle ones. There we go. Lower. Okay, lower, double lower. I think it's this one. But let's take a look for the message again. Okay, so we've got the call Conclave. Tonight. Yeah, so does Swamp.
If Gabriel's translation of the drum code is correct, there'll be a conclave tonight in the swamp. That must be the bayou.
So, I think the way it's actually intended is you're supposed to read that message first, and then you go to the either you go to the museum or the cemetery to adjust it. But yeah, so it turns out there's no way for me to change that. Yeah, perfect. Nice, Jesse Quill. You know what else might be soothing? If I talk to you in this kind of voice. How are you feeling tonight, Jesse Quill? Are you well?
This device is called a tracker. Gabriel remembers a time when he and Mosley used it illegally with a couple of babes in a white convertible. It operates as follows. The signal device attaches to an object, such as a car. The signal device emits a signal that appears on the tracker, LED, allowing the object to be tracked.
I'd very happily narrate your bedtime to you, Jesse Quill. What would you like me to read to you?
It's made in Japan. It operates. Gabriel pulls out the tracking device, hoping that the Sheki Madule made it to the ritual and that this thing will work.
Okay.
All right. There's a blip. They must be here with the Seike Madule.
Given the fact that I'm probably going to be going into a maze, let's just save.
Gabriel doesn't want to put that on until he finds the ritual. It doesn't look too comfortable.
Okay. So I'm assuming that means it'll give us a warning before.
Gabriel hopes this track
You would like to hear some 1984 or Animal Farm? I have no idea what you're talking about, Jesse Quill.
Damn Mosley and his infernal machine.
But if you would like, Jesse Quill, maybe tonight we could do some reading inside of the Discord channel.
Gabriel hopes this Didn't he just come from that direction? Or did Gabriel feel so turned around? Is this thing working? Gabriel hopes this Gabriel can barely focus on the LED.
I really need to just calm the hell down and let the narrator finish.
Gabriel feels so turned around. Is this thing working?
Okay, I'm getting closer, so.
Gabriel,
If I get murdered
didn't
for
he
showing
just
up.
come from that direction?
Bingo.
When in Rome.
Oh, Gabe, I just said put on the mask.
Here goes nothing.
Boobies.
Welcome, Brother Crocodile. Please join the other celebrants.
Yes, Dr. John. Brother Eagle.
But first, name the great serpent who crushes all in his coils.
Dr. John, you... Jesus. You're bigger than I thought in every possible way.
Dumbala.
You are correct, Brother Crocodile. Who is the destroyer of men?
Oh, fuck. Ogun Badagri.
Ogun Badagri.
You are correct, Brother Crocodile. Enjoy yourself well tonight.
Gabriel!
Come take a ride.
Malia.
I know you now. I can smell his blood in your veins.
No.
You cannot change your destiny, or ours.
No.
I will find. I will destroy.
No!
Where is your necklace now, witch hunter? Where are your pretty, pretty gems?
That's actually a really neat cut. So, I'll need to explain a little bit this to you, Jesse. My last ally laid to waste, I ran towards the light. I prayed for one to change my path, to give me strength to fight. So that's interesting. Grace is showing up, but I thought she would be the one who
Gabriel.
saved me.
Gabriel, wake up!
Ow, my head.
It's about time. I've been trying to wake you for hours. There's no time to lose.
I had another dream.
It wasn't a dream, believe me. Now come on, get dressed.
She was the
Wait
one
a
who saved
minute.
me.
I'm starting to remember. Something about Malia.
She's the head priestess of the Voodoo Cartel. They're responsible for the murders. They've
Spencer.
been doing it for years.
Malia? Last night she was the leopard. Like in my dreams, Grace.
I know. Those dreams were a warning. Now come on, get dressed.
But last night, Malia changed. She became someone, something else. And then I blacked out, I think. How did I get home?
I followed you last night. I had my doubts about the Gettys. Did you know that they arrived in New Orleans in 1800? Just in time for the voodoo influx. I knew you were going to try to sneak into a ceremony last night, so I followed you. Lucky for you that I did. If you'd been left at the circle last night, I don't know what she would have done to you.
You're wrong. Malia wouldn't hurt me.
What about Tetelo?
Tetelo? They were chanting that last night. That's the name from Gunter's journal. The woman who took the talisman.
Yes. Gabriel, it's your destiny you're facing. You can't just blunder your way through this or you'll end up dead. Tetelo will be after you now. You have to call your great-uncle in Germany.
Uncle Wolfgang?
Yes. He knows more about this than we do.
Okay, I'll call him. But Malia isn't responsible for those things, Grace. It's that spirit, that Loa. It's Tetelo.
Yeah. Possession is convenient that way. Call Wolfgang, Gabriel. I'll be in the shop.
All right, so some of the people who saw that cutscene probably weren't here for the journal entry. So to give you the significance of what we just saw.
Gabriel reads through the pages Wolfgang marked. He reads of Gunter Ritter's journey to Charleston as witch hunter, hired by the townsmen to solve a series of ritualistic murders. He reads about Gunter's meeting with a beautiful slave woman, Tetelo, and of Gunter's tormenting urges for her.
Oh, bastard.
He reads of their physical union and passion, and of Gunter's investigations into the murders. The victims were all crew members on a certain slaving expedition to Africa, it seemed. The second to the last entry described Gunter's plan to set a trap for the coven committing the murders. He found the name of one of the surviving members of the crew, a man now living in the West Indies. Gunter has spread a false rumor that the man is returning to Charleston. He himself will impersonate a sailor and allow himself to fall into the hands of the coven. Naturally, Gunter has arranged for able-bodied assistants to follow and attack the coven before they can do him harm.
Olsey, a son of a bitch, wasn't he?
Gabriel turns to the final entry of the journal.
All right. So there's a little bit. We have begun a relationship with Malia Getty, a beautiful, at the risk of identifying people through skin color, possibly a descendant of that slave woman. And the final journal entry. Dear Father, I offer these final words as an apology for the harm done to our sacred office. The woman I wrote of, Tetelo, was the witch I sought. I have committed terrible crimes. I loved this witch and then betrayed her and used our sacred family power to free her and aid her in destroying this colony. The talisman is gone. Tetelo took it. I can but pray for thy forgiveness and for thy swift recovery of the talisman, and that my punishment in hell will be long and bitter. Thy undeserving son, Gunter. So, some of those lines that Malia, possessed by Tetelo, were saying, where's your talisman now, witch hunter? Are obviously referring to that. And of course, the title of the game, Sins of the Fathers. And so it sort of seems twofold. Malia is fulfilling her role in the Gede family, arguably against her will because she seems to be possessed. Gabriel, again, Malia's line, or Tetelo's line, I can smell your blood in him. And of course being, pursued by Wolfgang, seems to be on the path to becoming a witch hunter in his own right. $5 you... Oh, you're talking about the... what do you call it? God, it's not badge. The cheer. Yeah, incidentally, guys, so here's a thing about Twitch. Everybody needs to make money, right? Nobody's really going to complain about that. And of course, Amazon has bought Twitch in sort of this bid to kind of double down on content. Now, here's the big thing, is that there were a lot of people who were saying it's like, oh, it's going to become all corporate now. It always was. I don't actually think it's so bad that Amazon has bought Twitch. What annoys me is that there haven't been improvement. They're the biggest hoster of web services, and yet there's still no things like quality options for non-partnered streamers. The other thing that annoys me is this. There's that cheer option. Now, there's nothing saying that cheers even need to have any amount that goes towards Twitch. But again, you want to get revenues, so fair enough, they'll take a rake off. Now, why is it that the amount that Twitch takes is larger than any interchange fees that you'll see from credit cards? So if you use Twitch alerts, or I guess whatever they called it now, Streamlabs or something like that, you will get more if you use that. If somebody just directly donates to you through PayPal, again, you keep more of that money even with their fees. If there's a cheer, Twitch actually takes more of that money. So what they did was they found a way of taking the donation money that streamers were already getting and putting more of that in their pocket, in addition to the fact that if you're a new partner, half of the subscription money is going into Twitch's pocket. There's no reason for them to actually charge so much, and furthermore, there's Amazon payments. So of course, a lot of the interchange fees that they face would actually be lower. And so in this case, there's actually, not only are they facing the lower costs in terms of processing credit card transactions, they're actually taking more than people who do need to face the full cost of the interchange fees. So one thing about Twitch, and this has nothing to do with the fact that they've joined Amazon and everything to do with the way that they're running their business, they're actively making sure that they take more of the money that should be going towards streamers and putting it in their own pockets. And then there's the final thing here, of course, is that the Twitch Prime. Now, this is actually one of the things that I think is the least damaging, because of course it's just another way of incentivizing Amazon Prime. If you're already an Amazon Prime subscriber, then you get some bonuses. And of course, maybe on the margin, you already watch Twitch, so you weren't that interested in Amazon Prime first. Now you're going to sign up for it because you want some of these bonuses that you get on Twitch. That's actually the one that I have the least problem with, although I don't know if there's any kind of a kickback to a Twitch streamer. I don't know if somebody's a Prime subscriber, if they get anything else. But actually the Prime is the one, even though it doesn't give anything to the streamer, at the very least it's like, well, it's the parent company, you're not losing anything. It's just maybe incentivizing a little bit more for people to go into that extra service. But anyways, just because we were talking about badges, I thought I would talk a little bit about what I thought of the cheer feature and how I think it's disgraceful that Twitch, which already isn't actually creating anything, is trying to take even more money out of the pocket of creators. Go to YouTube. I would be on YouTube if people had actually watched me on it. Oh, so you mean it, when you say free sub every month, you mean, like it counts as having a subscriber to your channel? If so, that's actually really, that's a really good deal, for the streamers, that is. I just don't know how you... Oh, hang on, so it's a free subscription to a stream of your choice? Wait, what codes? I like Audible, actually. I mean, I don't subscribe to it myself, but I got a really good series of Neil Stevenson books off of Audible. I mean, I like reading, so I don't keep a...
Guten Tag, Sie haben Schloss Ritter erreicht?
This is Gabriel Knight. Can I speak to Wolfgang, please?
Ja, Herr Knight. Einen Moment, bitte.
Gabriel, it's so good to hear your voice. I had such a dream last night.
There's a good reason for that, Uncle Wolfgang. We need to talk.
Gabriel fills in Wolfgang on the events of the previous evening.
Ah, it is even worse than I thought.
You bet it is. We have to talk about what I'm supposed to do.
Oh my god, there's so much dialogue. Okay, guys, I think, before this gets any colder, I'm gonna put the Jaeger back. And I'll admit, I'm about almost half an hour later than what I wanted to stream tonight. Now, if you guys would like some more content, let me know. But we did end on a pretty cool little cutscene, so if you want, we can also call it for, you know, we can also say, you know, that's it for tonight. I again leave it to your judgments, but if there's not going to be any more requests that I drink this Jaeger, I'm going to put that back in the fridge. Spencer would like more content. Okay, I'm walking back to the fridge, and you guys can let me know. On top of Spencer, who's already answered. Jessica. Alright. We'll do at least a little bit more.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
It sounds as though you have learned much during your investigation in New Orleans. Perhaps you will fill me in when we have a chance to sit down and talk.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
I know only what you have told me. They seem to be very similar to the killings in Gunther's journal.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
It was just another American city to me until I started dreaming about you.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Now
okay.
I feel it is not safe for you there. I wish you would leave.
Do you know anything about snakes?
I have not studied the subject. I have an intense dislike for them.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
I'm afraid I've never heard of it.
Do you have any idea what Capri Sans Coeur means?
No, what does it mean?
It means goat without horns. It's a term used for human sacrifice in voodoo.
Well, let's hope we can avoid any more of that in this family.
Do you know anything about Marie Laveau?
No, I'm afraid not.
I've heard rumors of a secret hound fool here in New Orleans.
Yeah, I am sure they have a temple there, and probably a very elaborate one. You should not go near it, though. Not alone.
Do you know anything about animal masks?
Yes. Tetlo's people wear animal masks for their rituals, don't they? It is not at all uncommon. Many occult groups are based heavily on animal totems. Animals have such pure, primal traits. Spirituality, good or bad, is about reaching these pure levels. Aggressive and cunning like the snake, agile and nurturing like the monkey. Even our family is associated with the image of a lion.
Do you know anything about Veves?
It is a visual symbol of one or more Loa. Each Loa has its own sign, which is used to summon it.
Do you know anything else about Veves?
I've already given you what limited knowledge I have on the subject.
Have you ever heard of Damballa?
Damballa is a snake. He is a Loa, a voodoo god.
Yes. He's one of the primary Loa of the Gedi tribe.
I see. Good work. That information might prove useful.
Are all dreamer people like this, Jesse Quill?
Does the name Ogun Badakri mean anything to you?
It is a voodoo Loa, is it not?
Yes, a particularly nasty one, so I understand. Have you come across anything about it in your research?
He seems to be feared by most voodoo groups. I haven't come across very much specific information.
Do you know anything about Black Voodoo?
My library contains many books on the occult and religions, and I have read about some particularly evil voodoo cults. But you, at this point, have more direct experience than I.
What can you tell me about Schattenjägers?
Yes, of course. I sometimes forget how little you know of the family, Gabriel. I never understood how Heinz could allow his sons to remain ignorant. But now is not the time for that discussion. Schattenjäger is really two words in English, Gabriel. Schatten means shadow, and Jäger means hunter.
Shadow Hunter?
Yes. Shadow hunter.
I'll admit, I thought Schotten might have meant something different.
Do you know anything about Rada drums?
Rada drums? You mean ceremonial drums?
Yes. The Gedi tribe uses drummers around the French Quarter as relay messengers to keep track of their business.
Those drums have a ceremonial use, too. It would be useful to know their code, Gabriel.
I had Grace find some information on them.
That's my boy.
Tell me, Gabriel, what have you done with Grace yet?
Tell me about yourself.
I hope there will be time for that later, Gabriel, after this is all over. For now, we must deal with the matter at hand.
Tell me about Tetelo.
Well, from your description of the ritual last night, I'd say that Gunther's mistress, Tetelo, is now the primary Loa for the Gedi tribe. It seems she still controls them by possessing her female descendants and speaking through them. Do you remember in Gunther's journal he said that Tetelo was possessed by her father's Loa during the killings in Charleston?
This sounds similar, but Tetelo has obviously become a much more powerful Loa than her father ever was. Probably because of the added power of the talisman.
Let's talk about the talisman.
I myself have only seen it in old sketches and paintings, and in my dreams. It was in the family for centuries before Tetelo took it. It is believed to be as old as the role of Schattenjäger itself. The talisman has genuine power. I don't know how or why, but it is so. The Schattenjägers swore to use the power for good, never for evil. For defense, not offense. Since it fell into Tetlo's hands, I'm afraid to think what the power has been used for, or what it will be used for in the future. With the talisman, Tetlo has all the power and we none. The only possible way to fight her is to regain the talisman. Then we will at least be on more equal footing.
Tell me more about Tetelo.
I believe she truly loved Gunther. After all, she was raised to be her father's daughter. Their religion was not a choice she made, but a duty she endured. How can she be blamed for that? The spirit she has become, that is a different matter. It is utterly evil. I am certain that the lower Tetela bears little resemblance to the woman Tetela was before the burning in Charleston.
Tell me more about Tetelo.
She once was a beautiful and intelligent woman, and she probably did not deserve Gunther's betrayal. But the Tetelo we fight now is more akin to her tribe's dark gods than to anything human in nature.
Tell me more about Tetelo.
She once was a...
How can we regain the talisman?
We've been searching for the talisman for years, ever since we lost it. It's a terrible thing to know that something powerful that was entrusted to us is in the wrong hands. The talisman is probably buried with Tetelo's remains. That's what gives her lore so much power.
Is there anything else you can tell me about the talisman?
The most important thing about the talisman is that it be once again in the hands of the Schattenjägers.
How would we find Tetelo's remains?
Ha! We have pondered that question a long time, the Ritters. There are two probabilities. The first is that her remains are with the tribe at their current location. The other is that the remains were returned to a sacred place near the tribe's original homeland. We've tried to locate Tetelo's African homeland, but Gunther says so little in his journal about her tribe, and slaving records are practically non-existent. Also, Tetelo's tribe was utterly destroyed in its African form in the late 17th century. There was nothing like a census in Africa then. As for the other idea, we had no clue as to where Tetelo's people went after fleeing Charleston, until now.
How would we find...
We must locate the tribe's original African homeland. Her remains might be there, or they might be in New Orleans, buried among her descendants.
Let's discuss the possible African homeland.
All right. Have you learned anything that might help us locate it?
I spoke with the Professor Hartridge. Unfortunately for him, he thinks the tribe's name was Agri, and that they lived near the Fon tribe in what is now called the People's Republic of Benin.
That is incredible, Gabriel. I must go research this new information in my library right now.
Wait, what should I do?
Stay low. If you get a chance, you might look into the possibility that Tetelo's remains are somewhere in New Orleans. But don't try to broach their private areas without my assistance, Gabriel. You will make a fine Schattenjäger, but only if you are not dead.
Sure, I'll wait.
Bye then, Gabriel, and remember, if you need a place of safety, come to Schloss Ritter.
Goodbye, Uncle Wolfgang.
Alright, I am saving because I don't want to go through all that dialogue again. Actually, it looks like you're getting close to the end of the game. Let's do a little bit more. I'll actually do a quick roll. So obviously there's a lot of dialogue that went through. Let's do a quick roll call. Who is still here and awake?
Times-Picayune, dated June 24th, 1993. There's nothing about the Voodoo murders case in the papers today. Gabriel finds a humorous tidbit under the Life is Stranger Than Fiction column. Apparently, there were reports of ghosts in the Bayou Saint Jean last night. Various people called the newspaper with stories about hearing strange noises and seeing weird lights over the swamp. Some folks claim it's the ghost of Marie Laveau. The paper relates it to similar delusions that crop up every Halloween. Gabriel's horoscope today reads, Wise is the warrior who knows when to fight and when to get the hell out of Dodge.
God help me, I'm actually starting to listen to this guy.
Okay, so that's pretty much telling me I need to go to Germany at some point. Although how I pay for it is another question.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Could you do some research for me?
Sure. What?
I can't think of anything.
Okay.
Do you have messages for me?
Nope. None right now.
One thing I forgot to do.
I'm going out for a bit.
Be
I don't know if
careful.
I'll still be able to go to Mosley's office, but it occurs to me I should have checked his jacket. I think I accidentally tried to open it, but I don't think I actually looked at the jacket, so we'll see whether or not he's falling. If he's still falling asleep, then or if he's not gonna fall asleep, then I probably, yeah, so I don't actually think I have
This is the first page.
unless this guy starts falling asleep, I don't actually think I have anything else I need to get inside there.
You got no business back there now. Move along.
Sorry.
Well, the obvious step to us now is to check the Getty Cemetery, or the Getty tomb at the cemetery.
Gabriel doesn't need to make a copy of his own.
Oh. Oops. You know, I haven't really seen what to do here. It would be weird if they just included... Oh, hello.
Gabriel hears the faint sound of breaking glass.
Dang. You'd think there'd be a light.
This appears to be a mourning chamber, a place for family members to come and sit and remember the dead.
In absolute darkness. Ah.
Someone's broken the light in here. No wonder it's so dark.
Now that would have just happened, though. Alright, I guess I'm gonna have to read all of these.
Crypt drawers line the back wall. Gabriel can't make out the name on that drawer's plaque.
Oh, hang on. So, this one in the middle's marked differently.
That drawer is marked with a pattern like the VV.
Mosley! Shit, I dropped my flashlight. Huh? My head! What the hell was that?
Gabriel The drawer's interiors contain mostly dust and bones. The black on the drawer has a name etched on it. Jacqueline Guédé. Crypt drawer. Gabriel can make a...
So, I mean, the generic ones I think are going to be mostly this. I'll just try like one from the other extreme. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's the same.
The drawer's interiors. The black on the drawer. Kisile.
Wow. Okay, I'm going to assume that that encounter with... See, I don't think Mosley's actually dead. I think he's the one who broke the light, and then I think he broke the light and then knocked us out. I just have no idea why he would do that to Gabriel. God, is there really anything else for me to do? Well, out of curiosity.
The tomb is...
The answer is no.
Posted on the door of the museum is a sign saying, closed until further notice. The Dixieland drugstore is locked and barred.
Interesting. Okay. I don't think I've seen the jogger before, but other than that, everything looks to be the same.
No one answers Grant's front door, but a note sticking from the mail slot bears Gabriel's name. The note is from Grant and says that she's taken a short trip out of town on Grace's advice. Good old Grace.
Okay, so it looks like it's pointing me to... looks like it's basically pointing me towards going to meet Wolfgang.
Where have you been? I was worried about you.
For good reason, apparently.
What happened? Do you need a doctor?
Nothing you want to know about, and no, just some aspirin.
Gabriel, this is nuts. You have to get out of New Orleans.
No kidding.
Well, listen. Wolfgang called while you were out. He said, and I quote, "Tell Gabriel that I found what I was looking for. It's time for me to do my duty. Schloss Ritter is his now." Now, call me crazy, but I don't think that's good news.
Not for Uncle Wolfie, no.
What are you gonna do?
If I figure it out, I'll let you know.
So I guess the question is, how do I... actually, hang on. Where's the newspaper... or the phone book? Perfect. Maybe I don't need
I'm
to...
doing the best.
Maybe I don't need to
I'm
pay
doing
for
the
it?
best. I'm doing...
Oh god, I forgot. Alright, so I'm thinking call the travel agency to go to Germany. And maybe it just lets me go. 585-1130.
Hello. See the World Travel Agency. How may I help you?
How much for a trip to Rittersburg, Germany?
Rittersburg, Germany? Hold on, let me look that up. I can fly you into Munich. That's the closest airport to Rittersburg. You can rent a car from there, or take the train. Let's see. The best price I can see for the flight is $1,400. What would you like to do?
I can't afford it. Sorry.
I see. Goodbye.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry. Hang on. We got more. I see where this is going. Where are you,
this
Mosley?
is-
There we go.
It's a man's wallet.
That's Mosley's wallet.
Gabriel opens the wallet and finds some ID belonging to Mosley and an American's repressed card. Mosley's American's repressed card. Credit. What a concept.
You're paying for this trip, Mosley. Fuck you. I hope it gives me the option at least.
Hello. See the World Travel Agency. How may I help you?
What are your specials?
2 weeks in India for 2,000 rupees.
Well, that's certainly special.
Uh-huh. Is there something else I can help you with?
What about that trip to Rittersburg, Germany?
Oh, yes. There's a flight from New Orleans to Munich for $1,400. Did you want me to book that, sir?
Charge it to my Americans repressed.
Yes, sir. And your name was?
Mosley.
Feeling a little guilty, Gabriel gives the travel agent Mosley's card number and is informed that he can pick up his ticket at the New Orleans International Airport. There is no
Guess what? I'm going to Germany.
Really? That's great, but how on earth could you afford?
A man's gotta do what a man's gotta do.
Oh my god. I wouldn't like the sound of that even if you were a man.
I'll miss you too, Grace. Goodbye, Gracie.
Good luck. Let me know what's going on, will you?
Of course.
Gabriel picks up his tickets at the airport and boards a plane for Munich.
Whoa, guys! It's an international story now. Whoa.
Wolfgang?
Hello. My name is Knight. Gabriel Knight.
Herr Knight! Oh, kommen Sie bitte, Herren. I mean,
Come in, please, Herr Knight. I was not expecting you. Has Wolfgang sent you here?
Uncle Wolfgang? No, I came to see him. Isn't he here?
No, he is gone. I'm sorry. You came all this way.
Oh, great. That's all I need.
Herr Knight, Wolfgang told me all about you and gave me instructions for you to feel welcome here. Please, this is your home. You are a Ritter, no? I am just doing some work. I will continue and you may make yourself comfortable. If there is anything you need, please ask me. You may use Wolfgang's bedroom. It is at the top of the stairs.
Thank you, Miss,
You may call me Gerda, Herr Knight.
All right. I think on that note, we will call that for the evening. We've only got 100 more points left to go, so I think we're pretty much... we're pretty close to the end, I think. It feels like we got a lot of these on this playthrough, so we're definitely over the halfway point at least. So I was thinking of maybe doing some book reading, but it seems like quite a few people have gone to bed. This is definitely later than I normally go. I certainly had a good time doing this. I definitely had a much better night than last night. So thank you everybody for stopping by. Apologies for those of you who just came in, because I know it's never fun to only see a little bit of a cast. We'll probably finish this the next time that we play it. Sorry, Melee Mage. For those of you who are interested in the game, it is available on GOG. It's currently in Canadian $7.50, and then I believe there's a discount if you buy all 3 games at once. I can't say that I was thrilled with Gabriel Knight 3, although I haven't played very much of it. I also haven't played the second game, so basically you're adding another $11 to see what the rest of the series is like. If you just want to try the game as it is right now, you can pay the $7.49. Now, before I go for tonight, let's see if we can find somebody to host. So we've got W. Shan's playing Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. We've got Kitch playing Hello Neighbor. Oh, you know what? Fem Ivory, who I found through the GOG people, is actually playing Tex Murphy, the Pandora Directive. So it's actually a little bit more in the spirit of what we're doing tonight. So let me drop this in here. It's not a big deal if you don't do the raid message. We don't know Fem Ivory that well. But if you want to, if you want to hang out, if you want to let her know where you came from, that's fine too. I'm going to hang out for a little bit, but I actually have quite a bit to do. I'm going to be reformatting and reinstalling my Linux partition, and eventually I'd also like to get some sleep tonight. So again, Fem Ivory tonight, playing Tex Murphy, and we will see you guys next time. I think most likely thing for me to do will be I'll probably be doing Hearts of Iron on Monday. Is probably my next one. But after that, we'll look to finishing off Gabriel Knight. So thank you very much, everybody, and we'll see you next time.